Hi. Hello. Greetings.
Hello.
Hello. It's Final Fantasy time. Let us log in. Step 1. When playing an MMORPG, log in. How is everyone? Hope you're all far better rested than I. Well done, Zamon. First, X with 69th. And all of the hydrates again. Good lord. Oh, look! Oh, at least she got some sleep.
I know, right?
I forgot I did that. Oh, that's... Ooh, what is this? Oh, it's the demon brick. Good. Ooh, achievements approaching completion. To crush your enemies the second. Obtaining data. What do I need to do to crush my enemies the second? Defeat 500 enemy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get that today. Brilliant. And to the dungeons. Successfully complete 5 unique instanced dungeon raids or trials. Fantastic. Well, we may or may not come across some dungeoning today, but the goal for today is to do what we were trying to do last time. So get Chocobro, do Gladiator quest chain, and try out some Disciple of Land and Hand stuff and things. High pipe indeed, aggro. Hello. Enjoy your lurk, X. Hello, Lucky. Well done on last. Wonderful. Hello, Josh. Oh, captions. Oh my god. I forgot the captions. Oops.
Accessibility
There we go.
on my channel.
Oh, Look, I always forget something. There is always one thing that I forget to do, and today it was captions, and I feel horrible about that.
Need a sticky note and stick it on the bottom of your computer.
Lord, the sticky note would be 12 sticky notes. Like the whole ass list of just turn on your lights, turn on the other lights, make your bed, put on face, turn on captions, turn on OBS. Like, yeah, it's I'm bad. Anyone who thought I was a professional streamer has sorely been misled. But hey, look, there's a caption, there's a closed caption bot that tells me now, so that's useful. Thumbs up for that last Tiori. Ah, it's on cooldown. It is a fear. Hello, that's me. Yes, sound commands are switched off for today because there are too many of them for me to fiddle around with individually. So that's, yes, sponsored stream. Sponsored stream. Hello. Hello, Aggro. Yes, call it a brainstorm. Am I still spelling high? No, totally fine. It's higher fire. It's, yep, good. I'm gonna... Good. Alright. What is the unending journey?
The unending journey is quite literally just a book that you can click on that'll tell you what you've done. And you can
that's
rewatch
cool.
cutscenes, you can see quests you've done based on whether you've done them as jobs, or main scenario quests, side quests, etc.
Or like tons of blank pages. That's really cool. Oh, and all like the dungeon storylines and stuff. That's cool. That's very cool. Alright, it's a journal.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
a
much.
journal. I love it.
It's where I managed to snipe the audio for you from.
Amazing. Much appreciated. Alright, let's exit the room. I need a coffee still. It's totally fine, Aggro. I don't drink coffee, but I feel you. I feel the sentiment. I'm with you. Yay for Final Fantasy XIV stream. Yes, via Insta story. Yeah, I posted it. Did it not go live? Sometimes if I... Yeah, it's there. It still says uploading. Right, it might still be uploading because of like all the little bits and pieces and stuff. But yeah, it still says uploading. It's all good. It is there. I promise, because it's part of my contract. But it's, yep, it is still uploading. Right. Hello.
Gladiator quest, did you want to do that first?
I'm small. I mean, I'm a small anyway, so I'm used to it. Yes, let's do that. That sounds like fun. Before we head out to the middle of nowhere where we were last time to do the stuff and things. Where's the crack rock? It's around the other side. Yep. Oops, that's fine. There we go, it should be up now. It should be good. It should be good now. It says it's finished uploading. Alrighty. I can live through you while I'm still at work. Yes, Yuri. Yes, then when I get home I can play. I have my windows open just a crack because I have a plant that was in the lounge room. And I'm like, we have 3 plants in the house now. And I was like, these don't look particularly happy. I don't know what to do here. So I found an app where you can scan the plant and it then like tells you if it's healthy or not healthy and where it needs to go. And it's also got a feature where you can kind of hold your phone next to the plant with the camera pointing towards the light source, and it'll tell you whether it qualifies as full sun, partial sun, etc., etc. I'm like, oh. So I tried it, and it's like, these plants are healthy. This plant is not. And it's like, it looks like your plant has leaf rot. I'm like, good, thank you. How do I fix it? So it told me how to fix it, but it also said that it was in like not nearly enough sun. So I carried my phone around the house, kind of like putting it on a shelf, pointing it at a window. Nope. How about this one? Nope. How about that one? The one spot in the goddamn house where it gets the right amount of sun is on my makeup desk, pointing out the window. So that's where it is. And because day before with the 12-hour stream, it didn't get any sunlight at all that whole day.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I'm like, you know what? I feel really guilty about this. So I've cracked the blind up just enough so that the blind is level with the top of the top leaf, so that it can get some sun during the, so if the camera looks really wonky, like super dark later on, please let me know so I can adjust stuff. But I'm trying to be a good plant mum, and I'm not good at all. I've never had a plant survive. Also, it turns out we've got a devil's ivy, Goldilocks plant thing. It's like a thing that crawls and climbs all over my bookcases, which is great. And it like, the thing is like, oh God, over 2 meters long now. It's got one thing, and it's like over 2 meters long. And the app was like, what? When I'm trying to say, and they're like, how long? What? Turns out you're supposed to clip it.
Yeah.
So it makes lots of them, and I'm like, oh. I just have this pot with like one thing that climbs bloody like one. Yeah,
long
so
boy.
It's literally a long boy. So I need to. That's the next thing I need to figure out. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have anywhere I can put that that's in the right place. Of like at the moment, the pot's over there, and the leaves are over there, and the leaves are getting enough sun, but the pot isn't. So I don't. Oh yeah, I have to reshuffle some things, I think. Yeah, look. But now I'm learning to not overwater my plants. That's step 1.
Yeah.
Because I underwatered them. I didn't water them forever. And then I watered them and I'm like, I need to set myself an alarm to water them every week. It turns out I've been giving them way too much water every week. So I'm like...
They're picky.
Look, I always knew that people referred to humans as overcomplicated houseplants, but now I understand.
Houseplants with feelings.
Got to Heaven's Ward on the weekend. Congratulations, Yuri. Well done. Good was just checking. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. I do. Yes, I added the link in. Are you proud of me, Sam? I added when I was going through and deactivating things because sponsored stream. I added the Instagram link to the appropriate command. Yes, more Final Fantasy. Hello, Keggy. How are you going? That app sounds awesome. It is awesome. It's called Picture This. It's called Picture This, one word. I've got iOS. I don't know if it's on Android as well, but definitely not sponsored. But like, so I now have my 3 little pot plants in there saved as like this. You need to like, so reminders for watering. There's also a tool in there where you can calculate exactly how much water you need to give them each interval by putting in like pot diameter and height and all this kind of stuff. Apparently one of my plants is also in the wrong type of soil, but that's how it was sold to me, so I don't know what to do. figure it out. I'll figure it out later. I would still murder them accidentally. Look, I'm sure I probably will, but at least this gives me like a... I bought Jas an aloe a little while ago. Just as like a, you know, thank you for putting up with my BS kind of present. And he was so happy, and he's like, I've got a plant. So it sits on his on his windowsill in his room, and he was like, you know, oh, we could have more little plants here and there, and I was like, oh shit.
Oh no, what have I done?
Yeah. So I'm like, oh no. So I figure if I can make the 3 that I have, well, his is his, but it's still 3 in the house. If I can make those as healthy as possible, then maybe I can justify getting others and not killing them. But we'll see how we go.
You can also get LED lights that are pretty good for him too.
Yes, I've seen that kind of stuff. And you can get, like, there was a thing, I think it was advertised in this app somewhere. I'm not going to be able to find it now though. There's like a thing that you can get that has like a plate on the bottom, and you can put a planter on it, and it has an LED light on the top, but the LED light also next to it has like a sprinkler system. So it can water automatically, and it can do light automatically, and like on a timer, but it also has a camera, so it can detect when the soil is dry by the color of it, and then do more water.
Bruh.
Like...
That sounds like something that'll sell for like $200.
Yes!
Here's light with like one of them timer
Here
things
is
you put in a PowerPoint.
the sun. Yeah, but yeah, also that. Yeah, but I mean, look, I can totally get it if you are the kind of person who is like me, who just cannot figure anything out and is too busy for her own good, then maybe that might help. But also, it's for those kind of people who have more money than time. I have neither. So...
Relatable.
Anyway, I'm a gladiator. Let's do some stuff. My dad was renovating his house to give his plants to look after. I killed them all with too much water. Right? Because you're like, are you thirsty? I think you're thirsty. You're looking sad. Maybe I should water you. Water. Oh no, you're more sad. What did I do? Yes. I wholeheartedly know the feeling. Okay, First Sword Miller has an important mission for you. Fiamma, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. As First Sword, my duty is not only to foster your growth as a gladiator, but to also protect you from dangers you are not yet ready to face. I did not know that Leovold had become the leader of the Alacron. Had he chosen to bear his steel at us, many and more of us would not have returned alive. I need to know why he's turned to a life of crime, and so I've ordered my best men to scour Thanalan for any trace of his whereabouts. Unfortunately, one of them has disappeared. I have strong suspicions that he has been taken prisoner by the Alacron or worse. If there is any hope of saving him, we must act quickly. I would have you search for our missing comrade. His last wait, hang on. I'm so sorry, I failed you. It is my job to protect you from these people who I sent you after instead. I sent other people after them and they have failed. Now I'm sending you again.
On your bike.
What? What? Okay. His last report stated that he was tracking the Alacron near the Hammers in Western Thanalan. If you go there, you may yet find some clues to his fate. I've been far too reckless in recent days and let too many good gladiators come to harm. Please, Fiamma, find our missing comrade and bring him home safe. He's so proud. Good, doing some Final Fantasy 14 myself. Doctors and all that fun stuff. Absolutely. Glad to hear it. You gave a living being to Jas. I did. He hasn't killed it yet. We both learned. So I was it's an aloe, right? And I was pouring water into it and being like, cool. And then I read a thing, it's like well-drained soil. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's got lots of holes in the bottom of the pot. But then it's in like a solid pot as well. So it's been sitting in the water in the pot. And it started looking a little bit unhappy. And I'm like, huh? And I read a thing and it's like, yeah, in order to ensure well-drained soil and saturating the soil, hold it under, like, take the pot out of the pot, like take the plastic pot out of the ceramic pot and like drown it and then wait until it stops dripping and then put it back in the pot. I was like, okay, oh no. And so I'm like, just got home and I'm like, I nearly killed your aloe, I'm so sorry. He's like, what did you do? And so I showed him and he was like, oh, yeah, I did that too. Oh no. I'm like, wait, you were watering it as well? He's like, yeah, it's mine. I was like, crap. So
double watering. Why is it dying?
Without draining as well. It was just we are
a little tile or a brick under there so the water can drain around it.
Yeah, for sure. It's okay. I just like the little plastic pot's actually really easy to take out of the pretty one. So I just kind of take it out and then water it and then kind of pop it back in once the outside is dry kind of thing. That seems to be working pretty well, but yeah, it was a comedy of errors. The Pally Job quest is kind of cool. I mean, you're stronger than all of them put together. I don't know. Ah, duty roulette. Got you. I thought you meant like you were having like doctor's appointments, and I'm like, oh yeah, same. Like, oops.
Mood.
Yeah. Daily suffer for more XP. Gotcha. All right, let's search for the veteran gladiator near the hammers in Western Thanalan. So we have to go to the big one. Oh no, we don't. We just look at the map. I'm good at this.
Teleport. You can either teleport to out the main gate, or you can teleport to, I think it's Horizon.
Is that so? Ah, okay, good. Western Thanalan. Yes, it's Horizon. Perfect. Let's do that. I have 1 million gil now, so I'm happy spending it to go places.
163 gil. Oh no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was a time. There was a period where I was like, uh-oh, I'm not sure. I'll just run. It's fine.
Oh yeah. I got a new mount.
Uh-oh. Yeah. There's so many quests on my map now that I can't. What is going on? The hammers. Oh, East Hammer. Okay, I see. Like the West Hammer, the South Hammer, the East Hammer. So it's just like south from here. That's cool.
Yeah.
Is that your new mouse? Your new mount?
Yeah.
That's a hippo.
Yes.
With,
Also, wait.
I'm waiting.
Happy Pride Month.
Hey! Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Super cool. It's so pretty.
Yeah, you get like party, you can throw at people, and I'm just like immediately drive by, like bombing people with it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure everyone has been, yes?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wasn't there one?
Yeah, you got a
Horizon's
hunt mob
Edge,
thing.
the Dusty Mongrel, the last one, and it's in Western Thanalan. It's Horizon's Edge, which is where we are.
I'm gonna smack this guy. Hold.
Okay. Sewer syrup. That doesn't sound tasty at all. I'm assuming the double exclamation marks means it was a crit of some kind.
Probably. I actually.
It was just like numbers. Yeah. So, oh, there's one. Dusty Mongrel.
Oh.
Oh, and there's a fate here as well.
I'm here to help.
And then... Difficulty rank unlocked. I finished a hunting log. Let's level sync for pound. Is this the hammerbeaks? Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones with the little purple icons.
Yeah.
Fate webs.
They look like spiderwebs.
I mean, you're right.
Yay, I'm glad you think so too.
That vague spider web shape.
Yeah. Happy Pride Mount, yes! So what gathering or crafting class are you going to try first? Fishing is my favorite. I feel like I should really be trying fishing, considering it's like the meme of the channel.
Fishing is actually. It's also really dangerous because then you get into ocean fishing and then
out the window appropriately. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like certain achievements like catch X amount of sharks in like an ocean fishing expedition. So people will literally make groups to do that.
Of course.
And it's
amazing.
Like, oh my God. Okay,
There we
this is a lot
go.
more than I thought.
Look at that. Rank 1 complete. So we have rank 2 now. Oh, still Western Thanalan. Horizon's Edge, Central Thanalan, the Clutch, 80 Sins of Sasimo? the footfalls, sand gate, dry bone, and the footfalls. I will come across them as I come across them, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think the tortoises are just the tortoises that are over here from memory.
Yeah. It's ocean fishing, which is, oh my god, yeah, ocean fishing is fun though. Got my shark mount, congrats, Keg! Well done! No idea what that is, but I'm sure I will learn.
Oh my, okay, hold on. I'll find it, I need to go digging.
Okay, good. I will continue to run, I'm sure. You'll catch up!
Yes, I have a shark that flies.
Oh, of course you do. Brilliant. That is amazing.
No, that's a manta ray.
Manta rays are so beautiful though. Like,
Yeah,
legit.
it's so shaped. There it is, corner, I can see it.
Oh yeah, giant tortoise. There we go, there's one of them. I'm level synced at the moment though, so let's no touchy just yet. My level has been synced to 10. Good morning, Epug. Welcome back. How are you going? Hope that you're well. Hello, nurse. Same to you. Hope that you're well. So the total eclipse is the long range one, isn't it?
I think total eclipse is the AoE.
Oh, yep, that's right. That's AoE.
Field lob is the get away. But I don't think we have it because we're.
Oh no, I do. Oh yeah, it's kind of dulled out a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the. You don't have it yet.
Technically.
Yeah, technically, air quotes.
They need to spawn these in faster.
Ah.
I see
Nah.
you.
He's just sneaky off in the corner, blending in with the green environment.
Sneaky. Ta-da! Alright. Bye-bye. So take this one out as well.
But how funny goblins look when you actually look at them. It's like, why does your face look like that?
Oh, it reminds me from something like Are Real Monsters, and do you know, like,
Yeah.
except more realistic and far more terrifying.
Just reminds me also of like flying spaghetti monster.
Yes. Have you seen my colander?
No.
Check stream.
Oh my god.
Can't make it sit properly. There we go. Oh no.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is duplicate Helix. It is an actual spaghetti monster colander. It was
Good.
purchased for wearing, but it also functions as an actual food thing. I found the veteran Gladiator, I think, or yeah. This is what it says. So let's cough cough. It's a trap, sister. Uh oh. It's a trap.
Chassis, the lack of currently wearing a shirt. Okay, the colander reminds me of the ladles you can get that are like Loch Ness monsters.
Yeah,
Like
and they're
stand-up
super,
bowl.
yeah, super cute. Oh, amazing. Oh, there you go. To crush your enemies, the second. Told you I was close. Brilliant. All right.
5 there, actually.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. Well done. Speak with the veteran gladiator. That's some fine swordsmanship, Fiamma. Miller, the first sword, certainly knows how to pick 'em. Even after all these years, I can't quite bring myself to call her that. See, I still remember when her father first brought her to the guild, a wee lass who cried at the sight of naked steel. But to look at her now, you'd swear she was born with a blade in her hand. Not like she had much of a choice but to rise to the occasion, though. What with all that trouble Aldous got into 7 years ago. Selfish bastard, he should have never... but enough of my rambling. I'll make my way back to Uldar after a short rest. You go on ahead and tell Miller that I'm fine. What the hell did Aldous do? Don't answer that, I'm sure I'll find out. But like...
Smile face.
But like, dude. Dude. We'll find out. We'll get there. I'm level 34 at the moment, so... I'm sure we've got a few to clock through. That was the level 25 quest, so... There you go, hunting log done for the tortoise. So we'll turn this in, I think then we'll get a level 31, and by the 31 I should ding, because I'm really close to ding, and then we'll be able to have the 35 one as well. Alright, so, return. Wait, where is my home point at the moment? Yes, to Uldar. Let's go. Okay, thank you, fantastic. Now that's style. Oh dear. Oh dear. We're going fine. Everything's fine.
Ethernet.
Huh?
I was just like, Ethernet. And then I was like, wait, where am I going? I had a mild stroke.
Right before stream, I stood up and I was like, why am I standing up? What am I getting?
Oh, I hate that
What is going on? And then I remembered I had to put my Fitbit back on. Thankfully. Sometimes I don't remember, and then I sit back down and then my brain's like, oh, this! I'm like, god damn it!
Yeah.
Yep.
I have to find this TikTok. Someone found
relatable.
it sent to me. It was
Yeah.
a Chinese woman basically doing the same thing, and I'm like, yeah, I relate to that.
Fiamma, thank the gods you're all right. I heard all about the ambush at the Hammers. Excellent work. You've been invaluable to the guild, and I cannot thank you enough. In fact, I believe you deserve a much-needed rest. Take some time for yourself and return when you've recuperated. But before you go, speak with Lulutsu. I believe she has a message for you. Are you enjoying the game? I absolutely am, Bread. How are you going today? Rejoice, I have coffee, Oh, that is super cute. The Pride LGBT. Love it. Amazing. Hello, Shiba. Hello, Shiba. Welcome back. Final Fantasy 14 stream. Yes, Aaron. And sponsored nonetheless. Amazing. Fiamma, the very gladiator I was seeking. Lean closer, for I would not have the others hear my words. Aldous sends his regards and requests you meet him at the Lich Shard in Eastern Thanalan. Naturally, I've not divulged this information to the First Sword, as you may have gathered from her their previous interactions. She's still rather upset with him and would likely forbid any further association. Quite understandable, since he was clearly being groomed to become the next guildmaster before that horrible scandal. They would have made such a lovely couple. Forgive me. This is hardly an appropriate topic of conversation. Anyway, you have my word that the First Sword will not hear of any rendezvous from me.
Thus.
A year. Okay, Camp Drybone, let's go.
Well, the foes are evil because they're small and closer to hell. I don't trust them.
Oh dear. I have a level 90 paladin. Fantastic. Wonderful. This is my first gladiator. So I'm not anywhere near paladin just yet, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it so far. What is all this on the... Oh, it's stuff I can't do yet. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like all this red... Look at all this red on the map. Like, I'm like, excuse me, how dare?
Yeah, that's because the MSQ quest is here, and it's the one where you gotta, like, wear certain clothes, air quotes.
Yeah. Okay, alright, so it's down over there on holy ground, so we're gonna head around to the left.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm fairly sure. Doesn't matter either way.
This way?
Yeah.
Yeah, this... Oh, wait, no, that takes me down. God damn it. This place is confusing! Oh, is there a bridge up the top that goes over? Yeah, that's right. Okay, yep. I just want to exit. Why?
Just need like a GPS.
Yeah. Yep. Google Maps can't save you now.
Literally.
Lullafella, the best race in the game. That statement isn't wrong. What is the max level in Final Fantasy XIV? There you go. Brett has said 90. Thank you very much for answering that one for me. Still haven't done your adventure plate yet. My what? I'm just I'm getting there as I get there. I'm just exploring the stuff as I'm meant to, like in the order that it's presented to me.
Adventure plates are a bit of a side thing, so it's not
Right. Yeah. So I've because it's a sponsored stream, I've been given like dot points of the milestones I need to hit. So I'm heading towards those because that's what I'm being paid to do, literally. So so that's what I'm doing. Alrighty. Oh, duty calls. Oh yeah. Okay. Level sync's in effect. Proceed. BRB. Not a question or anything. That's fair. Yeah. But I am very much enjoying it and, like, you know, crossing everything against everything that they're like, yes, we like your content. Please continue. But we'll see. We'll see.
If you want to see an adventure plate, you can have a look at the one I've got when you come out, so you can sort of see what they're talking about.
Okay, sure. Had a bubble tea today. It was more enjoyable than I expected. Did you really expect it was not going to be enjoyable after how much I've banged on about it, Sheeps? I think I saw the photo, but I was like, at the time. So, like... What? Tell me. I think it was, did you say lemon with tapioca pearls? How did you enjoy it? I like a woman who keeps me waiting. It nurtures the sense of anticipation. I don't like you, you're a creep. It's been 7 years since Miller's father was laid to rest here. He was mean and stubborn, an old aldegoat through and through, but gods, when he danced with sword in high hand, it was pure poetry in motion. Miller's right. There's no way I could know what it was like for her back then, forced to replace her father under such terrible circumstances. And who might you be? Another of Leovold's lackeys? Master Leovold has been most distressed since learning of your return. This is unacceptable. Your master does not deserve your loyalty, kitten. When you've outlived your usefulness, he'll dispose of you like so many others. Believe me, I speak from personal experience. Say what you will, I will not be swayed. But she is swaying, literally. Anyway. She looks awfully determined to kill me. Still, I'm not really in the mood to play. Mind stopping her, Fiamma? Are you kidding? Oh my god. I don't like this guy. He's not, like... Clean up your own messes.
Just hands him a mop. On your bike.
Oh, that's not on. I'm a biggie drinker. I've got an 8-person mount if you want me to ride somewhere. Amazing, Zaren. I liked it. It was a tiny bit jarring at first with the pearls. Drank it and enjoyed it. I have no idea if I made the right choice to have pearls and lemon tea, but hey, it was tasty, and that's what matters, as long as you enjoy it. Would not have been my personal first choice. I tend to go with fruity jellies and stuff rather than the pearls. I put the pearls in milk and the jellies in fruit, but if you enjoy it, that's what matters. One of my favorites is passion fruit QQ tea is what they usually call it. And it's passion fruit green tea with coconut jelly and pearls and passion fruit pulp as like the chewy bits. And it's really, really tasty. I panicked and said, yes, sure, when they asked me if I wanted pearls. It was only after that I realized they had an assortment of types. Next time, right? Next time you can experiment and try something new. Surely if you enjoyed it, you must have made a good choice. Exactly, Kaz. Absolutely. Exactly. You've gotten stronger. Good. I'm glad Miller has a woman like you to rely upon. And remember, Bubble Tea Club ships to Canada. She's her father's daughter, a leader of men, a true warrior, and an obstinate woman who lets her feelings cloud her judgment. Which is why she needs to be surrounded by dependable people who will give her good counsel and keep her temper in check now more than ever. Stick by her. She needs you more than she knows. I'll do what I can. Stay away from her. Anyway. Thank you. I know this business with Leopold and the Alacran has everyone on edge, but it's almost over now. You have my word. I owe it to her old man to put an end to this, to give him peace in Thal's realm by making that bastard Leopold finally answer for his crimes. Remember what I said, Fiamma. Now go. She's probably wondering where you are. Sort of like, gotta love it. Always aloe vera jelly. Bubble Tea Club has a big tin of aloe vera you can get now. It's so good. They sent me one along with a tub of the lemon syrup and yogurt syrup. They made lemon yogurt tea with aloe vera jelly. Oh my lord. It was so freaking good. So good. Anyway. Right. Home. Wait. Nope, can't return yet. That's on cooldown. But I can teleport there.
Yeah. Ooh-da.
Ooh-da.
There's a guy here named Mitsubishi Lancer.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
No, they're gone.
That's okay. I believe you.
They just
I believe you.
Bad.
Maybe they went to the Gladiators Guild.
Nope.
Why are you staring at me like that, Fiamma? Is something the matter? You're behaving rather oddly. Well, I'm afraid I have no news regarding the Alacran's movements. I remain confident that we will find them soon, though, so keep your blade sharp. Ooh, I have options. Ooh, that's got lots of greens. It's less green. Ooh, that's more green. Oh no, the same green.
You can compare them too if you want. Don't let you.
Oh, no. Where's the...
I think it's right click to compare.
Oh, yeah.
Be like item comparison.
But it also just has like the green, the plus numbers kind of are mostly helpful as well. So that's...
Well, that'll be purely because it's like better armor and stuff. It's
Yeah.
also because I think they're all like item level 17 and that's like 25. So big upgrades across the board.
Yeah, well the gauntlets don't seem to be as big an upgrade. Let's go with this one. I leveled up! I'm 35. I told you I would. Told you I would.
It's free to quests? Question mark?
Oh god, look at me now. Uh-oh.
Wait, this is the best time to show you something,
Okay.
Now, if you look at your character's face, how you got like that on your face, right?
That, yes.
Yes. If you go into the character panel, you'll notice down the bottom there are 3 little bubbles, one with a sword, one with a hat, and one
Or
with,
manually
like,
adjust visor.
Yeah, you can flick it up and down.
How do I do that?
No! Oh, it's not one of those ones, goddamn. Sedge.
How do I actually, like, once I adjust it, I'll select
Like,
gear only.
if you can do it, it'll do it automatically.
I think it's because I don't actually have anything in the head slot. It's part of the body armor.
Oh, it's part of the body. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
Oh well.
Perhaps
I
you
look
only,
ridiculous.
in can.
First Sword Miller is extremely upset due to a recent turn of events. Damn it all to the 7th hell. This is madness. It's Aldous. He's been arrested by the Brass Blades. They claim he was plotting to assassinate the Sultana. This is utter nonsense. He has no motive to do so. And whatever I've said about the man, he would never resort to using poison. The Alacran must be behind this. They have failed to kill him time and again, and now they're reaching out to their monetarist?
Monetarist, yes.
Monetarist allies. I didn't want to believe Wymond when he said they had such influence, but wait, that's it. If anyone can help us unravel this plot, it's Wymond. He has a reputation for knowing things he shouldn't, after all. Find Wymond, see what he can tell us. Aldous is many things, but he is not a murderer. At least not with poison. Let us onward. What's up?
So, swords don't count as murder.
What?
Right?
Look.
Right?
Look. Steps of Nald. That's the Aetheryte Plaza, right?
Yes, I think Wyman's there. At the front, from
Perfect.
memory.
No, Mac. I don't think it vises. Yeah, sadly that armor doesn't vise. Yeah, because it's part of the body and then all the, yeah. Oh well. Next time.
Yes.
Next time. Hello, Chaos. Doing very well, thank you. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a wonderful time. Good.
Yeah, he's out the front.
Yeah.
Had a look.
Perfect. I think it's the arrow one, yeah? This one.
Yeah, the one that looks like a fish scale. At least that's what I think anyway.
It kind of looks like a fancy, funky, like, chunky arrow thing.
Yeah, or a guitar pick.
Yeah, yeah. No, Demon Brick, stop being selected.
Big on, Brick.
I was wondering when you might come along, Fiaba. Frankly, I'm surprised Aldous went so quietly. He ought to know there's no walking away from this. What happened between Aldous and Leovold 7 years ago? You really don't know, do you? Best I start at the beginning then. Aldous is something of an enigma. He and Leovold were two of the greatest gladiators ever to grace the Blood Sands, but he threw all that hard-fought glory away for a few Gilmore. See, the average Uldan loves a good Colosseum fight, and what better way to make a gladiatorial spectacle more entertaining than wagering on the outcome? So when it got out that Aldous was orchestrating a match-fixing scheme of untold proportions, well, you can imagine the shock and anger the people felt. He was expelled from the Colosseum, and his wins were stricken from the record. Your Guildmaster Miller got the worst of it, though. Not only was her friend exposed as a fraud, but around the same time, her father fell ill and passed away. There were some oddities surrounding his death, too. 'Twas rumoured he took his own life out of shame for his disgraced pupil, or that he might have even been murdered by the man. Baseless conjecture, really, but it made Aldous look that much worse. In the end, Miller lost two of the most important men in her life, and was forced to take charge of the guild alone. And Leovold? He tried to go it solo on the Blood Sands, but it wasn't the same. Without Aldous, his career was finished. Now, you know the nature of the man you so desperately want to save. Though, judging from that look in your eyes, I gather you still have your reservations. Ugh, fine then. Though you can't blame me for doubting a man found in possession of Ralga's bile. 'Tis a vile poison, rare and expensive too. Only the Corpse Brigade knows how to make it, I hear. Gods only know why they'd give it to Aldous. Could go to their headquarters at the Sepulchre in northern Thanalan and ask him direct, I reckon. I have an aversion to a direct confrontation personally, but you don't, do you? By the by, should you save the poor bastard's life, tell him we're even, and that I hope it was all worth it. Right.
Southern Thanalan.
Sepulchre.
I don't think we've been there yet.
Potentially no. Where's my 0, not O? No! No, we've not. Okay,
Well,
so...
one of the best ways we can go there would probably just be to teleport out to the Steps of Thol and walk.
Yeah, looks like Central Thanalan's gonna be the... Unless we wrap around to that part, the bottom part of Uldar to the right, and then take that path through to there, and then cut straight across.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, that's what you're talking about?
teleports.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
There's like 3 separate gates you can teleport to.
Mm-hmm. Right, so where's the Crack Rock?
There's the Aetheryte Plaza one.
Oh yeah, that's probably closer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's Crack Rock Supreme.
Yeah.
Large.
Yes. Large. Good afternoon, Silver. Welcome back. Cool pair of sunnies we got during an event. When you visor them, they go on top of your head. Oh, that's super cute. Love that. How's the run? Doing very well, thank you. Hope you can say the same.
Gate of Thal.
Gate of Thal.
Yes.
Perfect. Demon Brick too thick. I know, get in the way. Final Fear 14. Hello, Abby. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well.
I'm so glad they have the map thing for Aetherites now, because
Yeah.
man, the amount of times I teleported to the wrong gate. Like, oh, damn it, run.
That's funny. And when you click it in the list, it shows you where it is, and then you have to click it again to like actually, so you don't like misclick. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's good.
it's really handy.
I appreciate that. It's like, is this the one I want? No. Oops. Running. Battlefield 29. Hey, there you go. Achievement unlocked. Mapping the realm. Southern Balan.
Probably smack the Aetherite on the way through too, if you wanted.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Ooh, something sparkly over there.
I think that might be a fate.
It does look like a fate.
Ah, it is level 25.
I think I accidentally bonked that one.
I think we've all done that at some point.
I mean, I'm standing here AoEing. It's gonna happen.
You upset the cactus.
I did. Wait, what? I have to re-level. Oh, I must have gone out of the area. Right, okay.
Yeah. That Look, I understand their name is Old Lass McGrot, but I read it as Old Ass.
Yeah, look.
Good
Oh
old
dear.
dyslexia.
Alright, let's go get the...
Smack the rock.
What's it? Yep. See shiny blue. Just to see the slight glow through the windy path.
Yep, it's like that.
Literally a flying brick. It's a demon brick, Abby! It's super cute. I'm so happy. It's a dorpsicle. Smacking the rock. Alright, so it's the sepulchre. Where do be that?
Oh yeah, just over there.
Oh, there we go. I see. Yep. Perfect. The direction that I'm facing, except I have to get out of here somehow.
Yeah, so opening on the other side.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Sneaky tunnels.
Oh, I'm in the wrong tunnel? Okay, good. I went up.
Yeah. Dude, don't even worry, I've done that so many times when I first started. I was like, where am I going?
Good question.
There's a door here.
Oh, Lord. And of course there's a fate in where I need to go, so that's good. Is the fate? It must be upstairs. Or in over there? Yeah. Oh, that was no longer synced. I got out. Okay.
Yeah, it just must be a fake inside.
Oh, here we go. Corpse Brigade. That's who they mentioned before, right?
Yes.
They're gonna be angry at me. Maybe.
Don't see me.
Here we go. Cave.
Ta-da. And I can level sync while we're in here, so I can actually help you.
And we can hurt all of them because they're all part of the fate. Stuck on.
Sneaky rock.
Basically.
Ow. I'm like, man, why is this guy hitting so hard?
He's the named one.
He's the
yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, I didn't even let us... Fine.
Okay, bye.
Wait, what? Oh, okay.
I'll just go to the left
I
page.
think the fate has just restarted. It's got the same... Oh no. Ah, it is the second one, okay. Thanks. Because they popped out when I grabbed the bill of sale for the quest.
Yeah.
Alright, so... This way. Nope, this way.
Help, it's again.
Pardon?
Help, it's again. We're gonna kill them. Again.
Different leader this time, though.
Is it?
Yeah. Millwader the Slitter. Rather than G-Man.
G-Man.
I don't remember what his name was. It had G and G as like both initials, so like look, just let me... Oh look, there she is! Look, I'm not wrong, okay?
That's what it's funny.
Oh god. And my quest item is in here somewhere too. Oh, I got wrong button. I'm laughing too hard, can't do my rotation.
I had to take that. I don't even have glass. I'm just throwing rocks.
I think I might need to turn the in-game music down a bit. Because... We'll do this first. So when the orange thing on my map has like a big orange down arrow in the middle of it, does that mean I need to go down to be able to get the quest item?
Yes. That's context clues.
Perfect. Just dropped off a ledge and hey presto, before I touch that, where's my system config? Let us turn down the volume just a bit.
It'd be BGM, which is your background music.
Oh, not just master volume?
I mean, you can turn down master volume if you want.
I was watching the bar in OBS bouncing around. I'm like, wow, that's like a lot. And then I could barely hear you during battle as well, so I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, that's right. Give me 1 moment, I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course. I can take these guys on. Down, down. Quest items down. Yep. No longer. I have collected the quest item. Now I'm bonking some noggins. Excuse me, where do you think you're going? Ta-da! Alright, show the evidence to Miller. I'm gonna go. I'm sure Char will be fine. I'm sure of it. Let's go. And I think after this I might... Is this the 35 or the 31? Because I'm 35 now, so I might have one more to knock out before I go back to the MSQ. I just realized something. If you're playing Gladiator, does that mean she will indeed at some point be a paladin? That's actually why I chose Gladiator to play for the memes. I thought it would be appreciated and entertaining for those who kind of got the click. Yeah, I did my research, and that was the reason for my decision. You should always keep your tank stance up. I know. I mustn't have had it at that point. It keeps turning itself off after a fate when it does the whole level thing, which is really annoying.
Yeah, it does
but
that.
Yeah, considering I don't play very often, it's a matter of building that muscle memory, and it takes a while.
Correct.
Yeah.
The amount of times
I'm
pulled
very
bosses
aware.
and
The
stuff.
game has told me several times, like, no need to
Yeah.
backseat. Yeah.
The amount of times I pulled something and go, why aren't I holding thread? Why is it so
Yeah.
hard to hold thread? Oh.
Yeah. Where have you been, Fiamma? Aldous has been given over into the custody of the Sacrarium. They mean to execute him. We must do something. Hand over, hand over. Boop. This poison, is it... you've proof the Alacrin purchased it from the Corpse Brigade. Thank the gods you've done it. Quickly, we must show this to the official presiding over his execution at Highbridge. Go, now. Oh, okay. Zoom, zoom. Oh, Highbridge,
Okay.
Eastern Thanalan.
Oh, yeah, that quest.
Easton, let's go. I'm sure Char will be fine. Then never hear from him again. Yep. Yeah, it does that. Yeah, it's like I'm like every time I see it, I'm like, oh, button pushy. And then it's like, wait, I pushed that button. Why is it gone? It's fine.
I'll press it.
It's
Oh,
fine.
I turned it off.
Yeah. I'll get there eventually. I'll get there one day. Okay. This way. It was me healing you just said, Silver, fantastic! Thank you very much for keeping me alive. Appreciate it. I've never tanked in work as some toxic behavior in canon, but Final Fantasy 14, tanking is fun. People seem to be easier going. Brilliant, I'm glad you enjoy yourself. Tank stance is a problem, honestly. It'll turn itself off all the time. Oh. Like, I figured maybe it's a buff that has, like, it times out or something. What the hell is that?
What? The sheep?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a goat.
Uh,
Goat, which is like a goat on steroids, I guess.
Yes. That is a unit, I do believe, is the phrase the internet children use.
It is very shade.
Oh, and this one is for my hunting log. So I'm gonna
It's a
smack
boy,
it.
kill it.
Yeah, basically. Well, more it has the swirly logo, kill it, but still. My nose is also the ability to play chips. Haven't found the right allergy pills for these. Oh, sheeps. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks. Which world are you playing on? Sephiroth. I'm on Sephiroth, which is part of the Materia Data Center, which is the best choice for new players jumping onto Oceanic. Onto Oceanic Data Center, you get the best ping, best experience for Australian and New Zealand players, as well as, of course, the rest of Oceania. Aha! Information points. I honestly almost never use my tank stance outside of group content. Don't see a point. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
It's like why would you try to get things to attack you and only you if there's no one else around for them to it? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. If it provided some kind of like extra like if it provided extra like damage reduction or something like that, I could see a point for using it. But if it only makes things just hit you, if there's no one else around, it doesn't really matter too much.
Pretty much.
But I do have Char following me around. So there's that.
Look at me, I am the tank now.
Yes, basically.
Even as DPS. Actually, that's
Same.
funny.
You don't need to use tank stance unless you're tanking. Can't hurt to use it too. Yeah. Just transferred to Zetheroth. Ah, fantastic. Hello, Rose. How are you going? Oh, wait, hang on. Is that... Oh, he's down there. Okay. We need to, like, go down. E. Can I just jump?
I think we can go this way. I can't remember. I had a flying mount at this point. No.
Ah! Where's the...
We have...
Look!
I think we get on this way.
Is that not the appropriate response? Like...
Yeah, no. Understandable.
Yep. Oh, Lord.
No. Oh, yes. Good.
Slanty part. Slanty part, go down.
I just wasn't sure if there was a gap.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we would have found out, wouldn't we? We've been quite entertaining.
A wild bridge.
Yeah. Never thought I'd see anything. I've played it multiple times before, Rose. It just so happens that today is a sponsored stream as well. But yeah, no, I have played a few times before. You just you mustn't have seen it, that's all. Way back when, I had a couple of times where people requested it as like a redemption type thing, like the community saved up for it and asked me to play it. And then Square Enix reached out and said, hey, would you like to do a series of sponsor streams? Potentially. We'll go with one and see how you go, and then maybe we'll extend it from there. And so this is what, number 4, I want to say? 3, 4? 3. I think this is 3. This is number 3. Yeah. This is pretty awesome. Very happy with that. I've been having an absolute blast as well. The Sacrarium has sentenced you to death for your crimes against the Sultanate. Have you any last... Huh? Who are you and what do you want? Hand over, hand over, hand over.
I found a bottle.
Oh, duty. Thingy. Good. Alrighty. Prepare to bonk it. Bonk on the noggin with sword.
Look, a sword's a club if you use it hard enough.
Correct. It's just a sharp club. These are bold accusations you make, adventurer. Dum dum dum. However, the Sacrarium has found the prisoner guilty in the eyes of gods and men, and he will be executed forthwith. Ah, so they've been what's it as well? Bribed.
Money.
Don't waste your breath, Fiamma. Thal's scales have always yielded to wealth above all else, and Leovold spent a fortune to secure my sentence. I look ridiculous. Silence, criminal. And you, what are you waiting for? Do it! Shink! Where did that... Aldous! Yes, she says, casually leaning on the... Anyway, just couldn't stay away, could you? Well, at least I don't have to steal the headsman's axe. Must be one hell of a sharp blade. If the gods are to have blood this day, I'm afraid it won't be mine. Since you two are so devout, perhaps you'd be willing to offer yourselves in exchange. Mercy! Oh, good lord. Interfering with the law is a heinous crime. In fact, I believe it is punishable by death. Lala fellow just so ridiculous. I just cannot take them seriously.
Same.
I just can't.
It's like gnomes in WoW.
Yeah.
Punch them.
I had a feeling the spectacle would draw you here. I should have dealt with you from myself. Let's try that again. I should have dealt with you myself from the start. Come, let's dance, brother. So it's to be a rematch. Very well, I accept. Miller and the others need you, Fiamma. Leave him to me. Let us go hacky slashy. Defeat the Alacron. I need you up on the bridge. Yeah, but they're down here too.
Just doom eternally your way through them all. Easy.
I mean, not anymore. They're not. They're squeezed. Up here. Yeah, I heard you.
I'm on my way.
Yeah. I'm dead. Good. Alright, so don't run through all of them. Noted. Alright, let's try that again. Ignore the screaming NPCs and do what you're supposed to do. Yeah, I know what... When a powerful enemy is readying a special attack during the quest battle, the area of impact will begin to glow. Leaving the glowing area before the attack is initiated will ensure that you do not suffer any damage. If an NPC has joined you in a quest battle, he or she will often provide you with hints displayed in a special text box near the top of the screen. Heed their words and you may just emerge victorious. Except I did and it got me squished. In addition to the reliving of past events and the understanding of unlearned languages, the Echo can provide you with extra strength when a battle turns sour. If you happen to be defeated during a quest battle, when you return for a second attempt, you'll find that your attributes have been given a temporary boost. But I don't need that! I just did a silly... When your HP is reduced to 0, you are KO'd and rendered unable to perform any actions. In this state, you are left with two options. Either return immediately to your current home point, or wait for another player character to revive you using an action or spell such as Raise. When in an instanced dungeon, you will return to the area entrance. In addition to rendering you temporarily weakened after being raised, suffering a KO also severely damages your currently equipped gear. When a piece of equipment's durability reaches 0, its stats drop significantly, so do not forget to repair your gear regularly. Gear damage through KO is only experienced if you've reached level 10, and KO in certain special duties will also not result in gear damage. Like that one. Good. Can I skip the cutscene?
Yes, you can.
But I can't skip the handing over of stuff. That's alright.
No. It's basically when you get in there, you just hit escape. Skip the cutscene.
So I can select a difficulty as well, but I'm gonna go with normal because that was my mistake. Like I buggered that up. So let's do this properly. As it was intended.
Oh my god, you're a skipper?
I already saw it once, okay? Like literally 2 minutes ago. I wouldn't have skipped it otherwise. Like, literally, because my contract says not to. Anyway.
Yeah. Story, my video game, it's less likely than you think.
Look. Yeah, I'll get there, Miller. Bloody hell. Did you see what happened last time?
Yeah, you got up there and she was like, oh, you're here. You're just like a red smear on the floor. And she's
Smoke.
like, ah.
Yeah. I didn't see that glowy thing. That's interesting. Must be maybe this is on the stairs or something.
Oh, no, that one's a cast. But
Okay. That you can like see the, okay.
yeah, you have. You got to interrupt. But like, it is difficult to see unless you know what you're looking for, which is why I pumped my HUD UI stuff all the way up, and I've got a massive cast bar so I can see casts.
Yeah.
I missed them a lot.
Fair. Excuse me, where are you going? Deal with that mage quickly. What mage? They're all called Temperance.
It's a sneaky one. If it doesn't target, it'll hit. That's why it isn't showing up.
Oh, it's the little tiny one. That's why.
Hunt
God
it.
damn it. It's Gigiria the Guarded, or whatever. I don't know how. Gigiria? Yeah, I think that's it. See, wrong button. That's a Lorge.
Behold.
Not dead! Woo! Or not KO'd, sorry, my bad. It's Final Fantasy 14 stream. I don't know enough about them, Zarin. It is a lovely thought, but oof, overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. It's a great game. It is. I just realized you're 35. Should have done or be on the Paladin quest line. I'm behind on all sorts of things, Silver, because doing the MSQ and the Gladiator stuff and all that, it's like you, especially with the buff that you get for experience if you're under level 80, you burn right past. I don't even have a Chocobo yet, and I'm 35. Like, that's what you burn past all sorts of stuff. So no, I'm not on it yet. This is the level 30 Paladin, level 30 Gladiator class job, and I'm at like level 17 in terms of MSQ at the moment. So yeah, nah, not yet. Historically speaking, swordsmen have been known to half-sword their blades, use the handle pommels of clubs. So you're not wrong, perfect. LFL, the Oompa Loompas of the adventuring world. Gotta use your input if you're gonna pull crazy like that. It just said get up here, so I ran, and it was bad advice.
Okay.
You almost had me, Leovold. Stay back. I won't have your pity. You just had to have it all, didn't you? Just one victory, just one bloody match. But your precious ego couldn't accept that. You ruined everything. Tell me, Aldous, how does it feel to lose your name, your legacy, everything you ever loved? I want to know how much you suffered. Let it go, Leovold. It's over. He gone jump. Like hell's it is. I swear you will never know peace. Not in this life or the next. Leovold, no! You know damn well neither of us will see Thal's realm. Let's go. Our comrades are waiting.
Just see your stupid little helmet and it cracks me up every time. Good old early leveling gear.
Alright, Gladiators Guild. Let's go. Actually, I'll just return. Yeah.
Speed!
Let's see. What that? Just sounds so good. I feel like I'm listening to a script reading of soap opera. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my reading of the quests. It's a long fall. Twas. Hi, Vegeta. Me too. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I too am new to Final Fantasy XIV. However, I have my in-voice chat guide, Char, who has been very, very helpful when I'm like, what? And yeah, it's been great.
I'm the GPS.
Yeah, basically. You are not wrong.
Or the Alexa, depending on how you look at it.
Oh, dear. What's your favorite job? I do not know. I don't know. I've literally not been playing very long, so I can't answer that. Sorry.
I only played one at the moment.
Well, I've done like little bits before, but like
True, actually.
not like. I remember doing something with the Lancer, and I also remember picking something that I thought was a caster, and it turned out it was a healer or something, but I don't really remember much. It was a very...
Conjurer, I've done that.
Probably. It was like literally years ago, so I don't have a favorite because I haven't played enough. I genuinely don't know.
Fair.
I have no idea. Do not have enough experience. It's a sudden letting that's the issue. It is, isn't it? It is. Causes some issues. Blue Mage sucks, you can't use it for most anything. Oh, bugger. I'm glad you were there, Fiamma. Without you, I doubt we could have defeated the Alacrin. Have you ever considered the Colosseum? You'd make a wonderful attraction. Of course, you'd need a title that befits your prowess. Now that it's all over, you'll be staying, won't you? No. Leovold may be dead, but the Alacrin are far from finished. I'd rather not linger, and give them a chance to regroup and seek revenge. It is a true tragedy that I cannot enjoy the company of Uldar's lovely ladies any longer, but I have faith that equally radiant beauties await me in distant lands. Aldous, Not another word, my dear. It's bad enough that the First Sword has permitted a disgraced gladiator to fraternize with her subordinates. Can you imagine the scandal if she became personally involved with the man? Nevertheless, I understand how you feel, Miller. I'm known to have this effect on the fairer sex. I want to punch him in the face. Like, very hard. I should have let the headsman have his way with you. That way you might learn something of humility. But how am I supposed to remember the lesson without a head? Your father would be proud of you, Miller. Don't ever change. Yes, there's one more thing I wanted to say to you before I go, Fiamma. 7 years ago, before my last match on the Blood Sands, I was given an offer, a sultan's ransom in exchange for a loss. Leovold begged and pleaded, but I just couldn't do it. Call it honor or pride or whatever you like. I made my choice, and in spite all that came of it, to this day I have no regrets. It's a simple thing to know what's right. Listen to that heart of yours, and it will never lead you astray. Trust in your comrades, have faith in your skills, and you will triumph over any adversity. And with that, I bid you all farewell. Bye. I'd better not have to wait 7 years to see that bastard again. There's still so much I want to... What in the seven hells are you all looking at? This is a training hall. Why aren't you all training right now? You think all it takes to stand on the Blood Sands is a sword and a stupid grin? No, it takes years of hard work, an ocean of blood and sweat, and an unbreakable will. Every man and woman here has the potential to become a champion, but it is you, and you alone, who decides your destiny. So answer me now, gladiators. Will you follow in the footsteps of your brothers and sisters and inscribe your names in legend? Aye. Good. Can I get a hat? Can I look less redonkulous?
I would
Please?
suggest getting the chest piece purely because.
But it's a downgrade.
Well, if you want a hat, you need a different chest piece.
I know. Why is this like a future thing, but it's higher level, but it's crap? I don't understand. Why is it worse?
I think because the heavy iron armor takes up 2 slots, so it's got more stuff to compensate for that. But I mean, you can pick whatever you want, honestly.
I know, but like...
Actually, how much iron ore do I have? I have plenty. Let me see if I can make something for you. You can pick whatever you want.
Well, it does just say slot body for the iron armor. Or does it not tell you if it takes up multiple slots? Like if I put on this hat, is it going to kick off the armor?
Yes, it will. Or it'll tell you that you can't have a hat with that piece of armor. I think that's only like an A Realm Reborn thing. Post A Realm Reborn, there's not really any armor that does that.
Okay. It's a little bit complicated, hey? A little bit confusing.
A little bit. Let me see if I can make you something.
This one time at level 30, achievement unlocked. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Right, so that's the Gladiator story done. Because she doesn't have anything future for me. So, MSQ time.
Well, you can work... I think you might be able to get your Paladin one, but I'm not...
MSQ is going to be the next thing on the list to knock over. Alright, I look ridiculous. Okay. Dressed
it's not like you're at like level
deceive.
30 MSQ yet, so you may as well.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to head to Camp Drybone and put on a thing of clothing.
I will look through my armor and see if I can make you some stuff that doesn't make you look like a potato.
Oh, well, I hope you have fun with it, Rose. Hope you enjoy yourself. What a smarmy bugger. Agreed, Zarin. I want to punch him in the face. I want to punch him in the face. Hawkeye. So I need to...
Don't really have anything.
Where do I get my...
It would be Control I think it would have been put straight into your armory chest.
Weathered shepherd's tunic?
Yeah, and the slops, which would be the pants.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that. Amazing! Speaking locals well garbed in a weathered shepherd's tunic and a pair of weathered shepherd's slops.
How do we do, fellow peasants?
Yeah, and you are? Another refugee by the looks of you. The immortal flames have neither work nor coin for your like. Begone and see to it you don't make a nuisance of yourself. Bastard. Yeah. Swainhilt. Boing, boing, boing. I preach the teachings of Azima, the warden. Hast thou come to partake of her honey, of the honey of her wisdom? Azima is a keeper of the sun and goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. Thanks, but no thanks.
Smells like a cold.
I mean, yeah. Guessing they're gonna be up from here. I love that I'm walking around like, you know, tunic and pants, yeah, but like just ignore my armored gloves and shoes, like. What is down from here? Okay. Oh yeah, there was the one just here. Aurildus. What is it? Oh, God's not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomsoever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? Jesus.
Begone, pause.
Jesus. Ooh, that was brilliant. Yes.
So funny. I forgot about that.
Oh, bastards. So is there someone like roughly here, but
I think that might be
It's not.
down in the building that's underneath.
yeah, I thought because one of them had the arrow on it, but the other ones, this one doesn't. Yeah, they are here though. Oh my god. Greetings, good madam. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows out at the pond north of Sandgate. At least she was like slightly more polite about it. Like, oh, I'm not sure I can help you, Soz. You look broke as shit and I don't have anything you can have.
It's like
But,
when
like-
you go into Maya with a shirt with fucking holes in it, dude.
Adelstan. Sigh, and I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. There we go, done. Just let me drive through this door. Brilliant. Love that. Alright, Thangrid. Let's go. You have quite a knack for being a nuisance, Fiamma. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants. And though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Onward!
I got soup.
It was definitely needy child, as in need of assistance. Yes, not meaty. I'm
Child.
concerned. By the time I went to the department store looking at tie clips dressed like a me. Yeah, it's I mean, when you pay retail staff like commissions based on the sales that they make, it's going to make sense that they try to target the people who they think are more likely to make a sale rather than those who are just browsing. But it really shouldn't be that way. It's but you know, they've got to pay their bills too if they need that commission. And it's not exactly entirely their fault that they're operating the way that they do. It's the whole business model that's a little bit screwy. These are part of my hunting log, so I'm squishing.
That's alright, I'm eating food.
Wonderful.
Fresh delivered soup.
Ooh, yum.
And we got like tiger bread he bought yesterday for the soup. It's literally just soup, air quotes.
So like random vegetables. Brilliant. Can I
put barley in there too? So because
oh, yum. Barley. Yeah, fill it out a bit. A fine evening for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? Final Fantasy 14, the quest for financial elitism. I'm sure there's no only person in the department. Yeah, it's... hello, hello. Hello, Dill. So cool class you're leveling. Currently a gladiator. You look absolutely smashing, Fiamma. Positively dressed for deception. All that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, look. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live. No way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child, for I mean you no harm. I am a priest of the Order of Naldthal, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teachings of Nald. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have made a god's awful mummer, Ungust. What? How did you know? You bastards tricked me. But please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago, the Amaljar raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew, and so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amaljar in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands. Outrageous ones. Demands? Of what kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from the Nanawa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Amaljar. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence? You could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you are not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak. The mumble was good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not see even a fraction of what the Amaljar pay me. You sacrificed innocence so that you could line your own pockets. Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourselves or the gods. Ah, not you again. Same. Every time I look in the mirror. Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flames patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about that, I swear it. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth, but no matter, there'll be time enough to learn the truth. Sob. Fiamma, be a dear and take word of these developments to Minophilia, would you? Minophilia? I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them.
Pray return to the waking sands.
Want to order Domino's to get rid of the pork and fennel sausage? Ah, must have been limited edition, yeah. A gunbreaker in the making? Nah. Gladiator is why I didn't recognise it. Never played one of those. It's good fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Best topping, and they just gave it the flick. Must be too expensive, Zarin, or then maybe they can't get their hands on it anymore. This is like a travesty. I'd ride over that. Ah, dear. Okay. At the Waking Sands. Where is the Waking Sands?
Western Thanalan, you may have
Yeah?
Aetheryte tickets that
I've got
were given to you.
Horizon Aetheryte tickets.
Yeah, they might be in your inventory. I could be wrong though.
Was ist das?
Yeah, the 12. Yeah, Vesper Bay tickets. They take you right there.
Ah. So I can use.
Yes, it'll teleport you right
Brilliant.
there. Because Vesper Bay does not have an Aetheryte.
Mm.
Otherwise, the closest teleport would be Horizon.
Yeah, well, I did. Yeah, Western Thanalan Horizon was the only one that was on the thingy.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. See. Ah, yeah. Yep, gotcha. I remember this place vaguely.
Hi, Tataru.
Leapt out of a chair as we entered.
The only good Lalafell.
Infilia. Welcome back, Fiamma. I am pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see, you have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the Amarjar know the answer. Suffice it to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. 36! And I'm on level 19 quests, good. Though we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutamix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mutamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutamix and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of the process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Mutamix is ever to be found at his camp in central Thanalan, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke and the way will become clear. Teleport! She said central, didn't she? Cats, thank you, Silver. A name like that, who dare repute? Yep. Yep. Like, at this point, I'm almost convinced that that's a Lalafell. But they have, like, repeated syllables in most of their names, don't they?
Kind of. Like, Tataru, for example, is Tataru.
But even, like, the Tatar, Tataru.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lalafell naming conventions do be like that. But no, he's a goblin.
Right, of course, she did say that, didn't she? Whoops. I'm very good at listening.
You'll understand when you speak to them.
Will.
It's like,
Bubbly pots.
I forget how to speak English when I read goblins. I'm like, what?
Love the music, it's so calming.
It is very nice.
My PC appears to be having an aneurysm.
I was gonna say, that's a long-ass load screen.
There we go. Yeah, it's honestly, I mean, my PC is not the most recent thing, and it does have a crap load of stuff running to support the whole stream thing. So I get it. honestly, like, yeah, with as intensely beautiful as this game is, it runs really, really smoothly. It's just that the load screens take a second.
Yeah,
It's also not installed on an SSD, so...
Yeah, I was gonna say, mine also isn't installed on an SSD, but I mean, I'm also not streaming.
Yeah, it's, like, streaming... Anyone can do it, but it definitely can be, like, quite a bit more resource intensive than a lot of people realize. Especially, like, I mean, not super, super, super duperly, but enough that you notice it. You know, enough that it's noticeable. It doesn't destroy your gaming experience, but yeah.
Yeah, just depends on the game you're playing too.
Absolutely, yeah, and how far out of date your PC is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on the list of, like, I think mine's 4? Around 4 years old now. Approaching 4 years old. Yeah, usually I'd replace a PC every 4 to 5 years, so I'm getting there. But I have a lot of other expenses at the moment, which are like, you know, medical stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So it's kind of, it's not the highest priority, but it isn't exactly the lowest priority either. I'm getting to the point where I'd start looking at an upgrade now. I sneezed weird and my sternum went crunch. Ooh, sheebs. Who is Uplander come to tent ring of Mutamix bubbly pots?
Have a knife. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Fighty Tool drinks in airy self. When full of airy self, Fighty Tool changes to Stony Shine, name of Materia. If Materia join with other Fighty Tool, then Big Eyes, Fighty Tool gains power of airy self. What?
I can give you the translation.
That's okay. Mutamix is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Minfilia. Yes, tongue flaps reach ears of Mutamix with fastness. Minfilia wants Uplander to see power of Materia. Uplander brings Fighty Tool to Mutamix, yes? Sure, Fighty Tool is unstrong as Eating Tool. Make good teachy show of power of Materia. The Materia Master. Now, eyes of Uplander point at Fighty Tool, yes? Ugh. Materia join with Fighty Tool.
Yeah, this is all goblins, by the way.
Fighty Tool gains power of Materia. Fighty Tool reborn. Here, Uplander, take Fighty Tool to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the etheric constituents from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When ye attach a piece of materia to gear, ye imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Mutamix turned that dagger of yours from summit as would have struggled to cut steak into a weapon worth wielding. Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia. Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowings of crafty making. This feels like Jar Jar Binks crossed with Yoda. Like, with knowings
Joda, if you will.
Joda, there you go. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learny ones of Mutamix. So, I can learn to do what he just did by listening and learning. And materia is created by breaking down gear that has enough spirit bond, and then you use that broken down stuff, the materia, to imbue another item. So it's like you've got 2 items that are fairly average, you break one of them down and use that to empower the other one, and now you have one item that's quite a bit better.
Not quite.
Roughly? No? Okay.
Materia is something you accrue over time. To put it in a manner that you'd sort of understand. It's like gems in WoW. and you have a separate stat on your gear if you open
Yeah, I saw the slots
the
before.
spirit bond. Yeah. When it gets to 100%, you right click, extract materia, and you basically get a gem that you could put in a piece of gear.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
This one's at 95%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put my gear back on because
Yeah, fair.
I don't,
Self-replicating gems.
Nice. Okay, now we go back to Minfilia. So where's my item of teleportation-y bullshit? Let's go. Page. Little dance.
Be right back real quick.
She was basically just wow. He said, just imagine if JC could tank you into Jules. Yeah. I've tried this game so many times. Love single player Final Fantasy 14 games. The multiplayer game, I just can't seem to enjoy it. So Kim, that's one of the reasons that Square Enix actually reached out to me and asked me to do a sponsored stream or a series of sponsored streams, is because they've actually redone a whole lot of the early game. You can go through and play all of the storyline stuff as a solo player. There are still dungeons along the way of the MSQ. However, you can actually summon a team of NPCs to do the dungeon with you, no matter what your job is. So if you're no matter what role your job fills, tank, DPS, healer, blah, 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 it will generate a group of NPCs that fits your role. So if you're a healer, it'll make you a tank and DPS so that you can go through and do the dungeon or the instance as a single player experience without having to play with other people. They recognized that, this whole big long chain of single player games and then a Momorpaga, so they've adjusted the storyline experience just for the first, A Realm Reborn, for the first section of it at the moment, but I believe that they're wanting to extend that in future.
Yes.
So that you can go through and play all of it as a single player experience. There's also a free trial. If you type !FFXIV, you're welcome to jump in and give it a go if you'd like to try out that new single player experience. Warning, the NPCs don't know what AoE is.
Yeah.
They did pretty well when I was in there. I'm in a, obviously I'm playing a tank job, but they did pretty bloody well when because I ran through one as single player and it went really smoothly.
Yeah, a lot, people say that because they're, generally speaking, relatively used to going wall to wall and walls to the walls fundamentally, but when you're a new player, you're going to pull conservatively, and the NPCs work well for that.
They do, yeah, really, really well. Momorpaga Shiba it was an internet thing from a very, very, very long time ago. But if you actually type it out instead of MMORPG, if you actually read it as a word, Momorpaga.
MMORPG stands for Many Men Online Role-Playing Girls. Josh Strife Hayes, thank you very much.
Oh no. I hope so. Waiting for MSQ Dungeon Quest and it's trying my patience. Oh dear. But yeah, the whole early game is available as a single player experience now. And I do believe that they're working on expanding that, but as all good things, they take time.
Yes.
Have you never heard that before, Sheeps? It's been around for since over a decade now, I think. Well over a decade even. I've not heard it before, give me a good chuckle. There you go. You've learnt something new for the day, you can turn your brain off. Excuse me, welcome back, Fiamma. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realise such efforts are worthwhile. As I'm sure you're aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, Fiamma, so make it your ally. Now, it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray speak with me when you are ready to begin. I get a weapon. Heavy chest containing a weapon of 18 through 21. Use. What'd I get? Cool. Iron Lantern and Carnage Sword. Oh, that's a minion. How did I not learn that before? As is that. I should use the food to get that Buffy thing. I have stuff in my bags. Who knows what any of it is, but that's fine. We'll get there. Yes, I need to sell that. Okay. Okay, so the weapons that I got were not good. Good. Okay. Lord of the Inferno. Menfilia would like you to assist the Immortal Flames. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungust, the false priest. Hello, Coppet. Welcome back. Hope you're doing wonderfully today. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amaljar to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amaljar responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have Ungust attend as planned. As the Amaljar are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provide it to them, Fiamma. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me tell you to save some for him. Such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Wait, Camp Drybone. No, don't leave. I have a button for that. I have a button for that. Hello, Lander. Did you know you can have nuclear weapons go into your inventory instead of the armory, as your armory will fill up quick? I didn't, but it's fine. I'll get there when I get there, I'm sure. As I encounter new things, the game tends to throw up hints and tips that I've been reading aloud. So I'm sure if I get to the point where my armory is full, it will tell me what I can do next. So I will deal with that when I get there. Not a problem until it's a problem. Flame Sergeant. Ugh. You're Fiamma Ventenerve of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amaljar and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. Good lord, I cannot speak today. The lizard men aren't aware that their man, Ungust, has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amaljar plot if the mission succeeds, Fiamma. Let's make sure it does. Hello, Demon Brick. Yeah, who's a good Demon Brick? Cat. The what?
You will, yeah.
Okay.
Trust.
I mean, I do trust you, but sometimes it makes me worry. Like, there's trust, but there's also concern.
Let me put it this way. It's a cat with little bat wings and like a little snuggly hoodie.
Oh, that is adorable. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Appear. Playing Final Fantasy XIV while reading the story takes forever. It does, but that is what I am being paid to do. This is a sponsored stream from Square Enix, and I'm very happy to have it.
Where are you? Yeah.
I'm right in front of you.
No,
hello.
that was wrong button, but here we are. Hello.
Hi, hello. Party.
I won't give you that one yet, because
Okay.
that's secret squirrel stuff. I'll give you that one. Because I feel like you would like it.
Weatherproof Gala cat.
I will have to leave the
Makes you
group,
feel
though, if
toasty warm simply to behold it. Yeah, that's okay. I'm not offended. Where's my minion button again?
It should just be under the
There we
character
go. Yeah,
bubble
minion
down the
guide.
bottom. Yep.
Yeah. It is theorized the Gaily cat's garb is no garb at all, but an extension of its corporeal form. That this specimen appears to be wearing a winter coat is the result of its adaptation to Curthian climes, where, while its ample girth came about via a more mundane process, overeating. There is no creature so heavenly as the cat, says the feline fanatic.
Our little wings.
No, snuggle kitty. What does it do when I poke it?
I don't know if it does anything. You might be able to beckon it.
It does.
Or you can slash feed.
No. Feed should work, because it's like...
Or is that
No,
hand
command
over?
feed does not exist.
Yeah!
What is
it's
it?
Slash handover. Handover, one word.
And then it's like, food please.
It eats out of your hand. It's so cute.
Matsu, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Oh my god, where am I going?
I don't know. I'm not the GPS, I don't have the quest.
Oh, there we go, that way. Alright, I'm good. I was just like, it's a fork, which way do I go? Happy Remember
Fair.
Monday. Are you welcome to... Thank you very much. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Welcome on in. It's cute that it's no brick. There's a tip I found out off YouTube, never told me anyway. These tutorials. Ah, fair enough. That's alright. I'm sure we will do a survive. Good morning, Mara. Welcome back. It rained. Luckily, the Gaily cat is weatherproof.
I have an umbrella.
Of course you do.
It's just a
Ooh.
fashion accessory.
Hunting targets as well. Actually, I might go grab another one of those before I go towards the quest. Just so it's
Fair.
done.
Knocked it out of the way, understandable.
Because I will forget. Because I'm very good at that. Should be it done. Yep.
I forgot how round this platypus is, I love it so much. He slides on his
It's
belly.
not a cat-shaped brick. It's not a cat-shaped brick. It's a kitty cat. And what about, oh, there's ones up here. Of course there are. What appears to be a hoodie. Alright, where's my... Is it in here?
I think it's around, yeah.
Level 17 rotting corpse. Wonderful. There's a rotting noble that's part of my, what's it though?
Ew, that would sting something fierce in this ring. Gross.
I have a feeling this person is doing the same thing that I'm doing.
Probably.
Done. Alrighty. Destination. Enter. Waiting. Lord of the Inferno. Let's go. That's inferior to the poorly balanced brick. But the brick's adorable. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. Ooh, ah! What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. Yeah, of course they brought friends as well. Rotate. Oh dear. Angus told him. Ah! Traitorous flame soldier. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I I eluded the immortal flames clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? 'Twas almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Aye, your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Well, oh dear.
Have fun.
Yes. We should be okay. Wait, he was only half health.
It was.
Oh. Everyone else die. Put up your weapon or your comrade's a dead man. What the hell is that weapon? Behind you! Oh no. Oh no! He looked grumpy just a touch. Welcome home, Jess. His tune makes clunking noises rather than dial-up ones. I remember this. I play Rogue when go leveling. Fair enough. Fair enough. The rest of you, march! Traitorous scum. I really dislike when the game makes me lose. It's not... I mean, I know it's part of storyline and stuff, but like, excuse me. Why make me fight if I can't win? I fear the Amaljar mean to give us to their god as an offering. If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death, with steel in hand. The Bowl of Embers now accessible.
Mm-hmm.
Confront Ifrit in the Bowl of Embers. This feels...
We can do that as a group, or we can do that, or you can do that with NPCs.
So I'm a tank. Is there anyone out there who would like to join us for a duty?
I'm happy to heal.
Yeah, happy to heal. So we've got space for a couple more. if y'all are interested. That's not it. Yes.
Ah.
I can. Brilliant. Game story. So not really just them at all. No, it's not. It's in most games, let's be honest. So Silver and Lander, is it social, yeah? Is friend list. Found you. So that's Silver. Assigned for, no. Oh, do I have to be?
Oh, I can invite them actually.
Oh, you can? There's no way for me to be like, this person.
Invite this person, please. Nah.
Yeah.
Can't locate a character with that name. Hoo-hoo, update. Unable to invite the party. It's not letting me. Interesting.
So try now.
There we go.
Yeah, and then Landar as well.
I don't have Lander, but I can pass you lead, so you can do it. If you've got them.
I do, yeah.
There you go.
Invite to party. And then, into the pool of members of the party of other players. There we go. So yeah, Kim, if you're still around, that's the whole point there, where if you actually click that, it says enter the ball of embers with a party of NPCs, so you do not have to interact with any other humans. Beautiful. Ball of embers. Join. Commence. On the same data center. Yeah, we're on Materia. Which is the new Oceanic one, which offers the best play experience for players in Oceania. Sponsored stream. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. Well, that's a fiery ball. Brilliant. Crystal, brilliant. Hello, Duplicate, welcome back. Sure, I'm sure there's outside either. A Balrog, do you love this fight? And Ifrit. O mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your godhead. If it please you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame and mark them as your own. Oh, bloody hells. Bring those two as well. What's going on? This ain't what we agreed. Yeah. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions, feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. O mighty Ifrit, my one true God. Your words are my bread. We're just like, impossible! By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another? Yes, that is the only explanation. I look ridiculous. Like, before there was a thing where I was like dramatically turn and I just kind of went...
Rotate.
Yeah! Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear, thou art of the godless blessed's number. The paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind, thine existence is not to be suffered. Smack. God, I wish I could do that. Smack the ground and like fire. Make winter a whole lot less cold.
Cool party trick too.
Yeah. Just make sure everyone's like within the correct ratio. Like
in the area. Like,
yeah, or outside, but not in between. Okay.
In the safe spot.
Let's turn on the magic thing and let's do a bonk. Excuse me. Get your butt back here. Oh, I don't have my 3 because of the sink of blah. Okay. Rude. Ta-da! Cannot execute it this time, no, because he's dead. My full plate armor is the key! Oh, Lord. But hey, Barry! He needs a Snickers, right? Yeah, he needs a Snickers. Absolutely. Maybe one of those peanut brownie ones. God, they're delicious. Deep fried Mars bro. That's right, it is a bit lean. Could use the empty carbs. Whatever is the key, Crystal Mummy protects you. It's time to do. Oh, look! It's a shiny rock! It's a red one this time. Say you can't smell someone else's taint. Yes, because, so it was a god breathing fire over a bunch of people to, like, convert them to the god's cause. And it breathed the fire over everyone, but I was untouched. And they're like, how could you possibly be untouched unless your soul has already been given to another? And the god was like, no, I don't smell another god's taint on this creature. That kind of a taint, not the one you're thinking of. Come on.
Not the butthole, you weirdos.
Sponsored stream. Cool. There's an unlicensed fire in Australia. I'm in a bad day. Tanks, look at me while I hit you, please. Thank you. Exactly. Look at me. I have the immunity now. Though if you're outside of shield, love your 6 paladin's abilities increase threat. You kind of want to open with that. Cool. So, I was like, you know, level thingamajigged, and I am still learning and all that kind of like. There's no backseat game. Let me make my mistakes and let me learn, please and thank you.
She's not going to know everything off the bat because none of us did.
Yeah. I'm just learning as I discover stuff, and it seems to be going pretty well so far because it didn't hit anyone except that first little thing where they ran away, and then I pulled it back, and then we were golden, so...
You did well.
Pretty good, I reckon. Very full plate with this Aztec obsidian edged club as well. I don't know what that is. It looks like a toy. It looks like a toy wooden sword, but whatever. So we're no worries at all, Barry. Enjoy, have fun. Pray forgive my lateness. Yeah, we already did the thing, Thangrid. You're good. I was delayed by a congregation of Amaljar zealots. I swear each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lot. Shink. Phew. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives, no less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it is fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Fiamma. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire.
I mean...
Like, literally. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. Bye. So that was the mighty Ifrit. Let's do the thing on his forehead again. What a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking Ul'dan interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. 7? Yes.
Yes.
Roman numerals always trip me up and I have to kind of go, hang on a second, is that shit? Right. Yeah.
Same.
Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? I mean, yes. Planning on it. Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. She walks like her armor is uncomfortable. With allies like that, beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Bum bum bum! Let's
Discount Power Rangers are involved.
I don't know what that is, Jazz. PFA don't just chance on PFA was a different aesthetic. Skip away this new club, second cricket bat. I like her armor. Get it off, enjoy the rest of the stream. Is there a stream Wednesday, or is that when Melbourne is happening? There is a stream Wednesday. There won't be a stream Friday or Sunday, but there is a stream on Wednesday. There is a stream on Wednesday. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, dude. We'll see you next time. So we're using your fight with the giant Ifrit as a science project. Sort of. Good evening. Hello, Dunno. Doing well, thank you. I hope you can say the same. Exit. Leave duty. You two have fun? Absolutely. Well, I bloody hope they do. Like, I hope they have fun. Otherwise, what are they doing wasting their time? That's fine. Onward to Chocobro. And then maybe some fishing.
Yeah.
Okay. This way. Thancred. Ah, there you are, Fiamma. Come, rest a while. You will have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Amaljar will be less inclined to risk our wrath, for a time at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds. For once a man is tempered... but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand, no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual, Fiamma. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest, take some time to relax, and return to the waking sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Okay. Teleport to Horizon. No, I will use my letter of straight to Minfilia.
You're right.
Yep.
Manifests on her doorstep, like, what's up?
I mean, I'm assuming that she's the one who gave them to me, so...
Yeah, I think she was, actually.
So we work together? No, what do you know that you're talking about? Well, I mean, not necessarily that you work together, but there's definitely, like, It's you know that there's a pre-existing relationship there, whether it's something that your friends or your colleagues or your family members, or you can't tell that kind of stuff. I mean, I can because of obviously the conversations we've had prior, but from just that sort of interaction there, it's just that there's knowledge of a pre-existing relationship, not necessarily that you're colleagues. Not that you asked for all of that information, but there you go. Congratulations. You're welcome. Alrighty. Oh, hi.
Suspicious, you don't see me.
I definitely don't see you with your giant orange name.
Don't worry about it.
This is so much fun.
It is. It's cool looking back and seeing like the story I've done and going, oh, that's okay.
That's right. That's it. Yeah. The triumphant hero returns. Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He is presently in the Solar, giving the full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. I just get a hat. I think I got a hat. If you have to go, like, not to worry at all, Silver. Enjoy yourself. Return to Minfilia. My late arrival nearly cost Fiamma her life. I wasn't there when the Amaljar took her prisoner, and I wasn't there when they served her to Ifrit. Yes, by some miracle she survived, but that does not excuse the fact that she should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed her utterly, just as I'm failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Clunk, 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 clunk.
Tin can approaches.
Yeah, Fiamma, it is so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear, and now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Amaljar undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal, Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Uldar. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. We're going to go travelling again? I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume aether if they are to maintain their presence here, and the stronger they become, the more aether they require. Now, aether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of aether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of aether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence, as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is as though a greater power protects us. When you first came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait, meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The immortal flames assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Fiamma. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Praise Ifrit. Oh no. Hello, Sukai. Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I'm sorry to report that all are to be put to death, the flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse, but once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so, we Scions continue our fight that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Fiamma. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Till next time. Yeah, that's pretty horrific, but like...
What can you do?
I get it. I get it. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louisoix would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. I mean, that kind of deal in our world would probably just lend people to be committed to asylums and things like that. But in our world, screaming religious babble continuously at the top of your lungs doesn't make demons come out of the sky.
It doesn't make fire demons manifest.
So it's a little trickier in their world. From a moral standpoint, I absolutely don't agree with it. I understand why they've made that choice, but it's still not good.
Still big.
And yeah, this is one of the reasons I'm really enjoying Final Fantasy XIV, is because it's not just this, you're the wonderful hero, yes, offward to your next victory. There's actually like heavy stuff in there that's really grey. And I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Minfilia is wearing a wry smile. Might it have something to do with your newfound fame? Can I have a chicken, please?
Give chicken.
Want a chimkin. Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you travelled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward. Confirming to Thancred that the Scions would benefit from your aid, and no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the primal Ifrit. I mean, not personally, I did have 3 people with me. Like, come on now. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Fiamma. Or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Looks like a zombie, the green guy. Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa, to offer said hero a place of honour within our ranks. As you can see, Fiamma, your recent exploits have garnered you the attentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organisation would have Ifrit's Bane for its own. To this end, all 3 have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Fiamma's deeds spread so quickly. That the immortal flames should know of her triumph is to be expected, but what of the other grand companies? Tataru is uncomfortable. Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Ventinove. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can face a primal and emerge the victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant women such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Mistress Ventinove. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. Why, even before you aided us against the Amaljar and their dread primal, yours was already a respected name in Uldar. Our people know you and love you well. A woman of your talent belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Uldar. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. My armor is terrible. Full often does she speak of you, friend. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Lamensa to the shores of glory.
Can looking ass.
Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lamensa, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Uldar. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so. And yet, I concede that it is no small choice you face. A thought occurs to me. You will, of course, recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. Well, as part of the proceedings, I'm given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? A fine suggestion. You are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well, let Fiamma hear our leaders speak, then return here with her decision. We eagerly await your answer. Yeah, I feel you, Tataru. Yes. I feel you.
Same.
I know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Fiamma, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one woman. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one woman amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. The Grand Companies seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect that you will be afield more often in future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. Eorzea is changing, Fiamma, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Ta-da! Good afternoon. I assume you're on the Aussie data center servers now. I am indeed, Sukai, on the Materia data center, the new one for the Oceanic players. It got pretty dark. Indeed, it did, Mara. Indeed. Good evening, Seeker. Hello. Not all you were phantoms with a little Dalek. Agree. Yeah, I look. Anyway, that man is the epitome.
Do look like that.
That man is the epitome if I put on my wizard hat. Lol, pray acquire armor that doth reveal thy fair facial features. Look, we'll see. We'll see. Let's go speak with Tataru, shall we? Oh, it wasn't a hat, it was wrist guards. Okay, that sucks, but whatever. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's go chat to Tataru. He'll be wearing more armor than any of my tunes ever has. Yeah, look, a little bit. Just a touch.
You two can look like a can of sardines.
Ah, dear. Anybody order canned green beans? It's, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting, Fiamma. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly, and often to a few too many people. Next time, I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally, if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know where and when the Remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of the 3 services, and Elder Seedseer Kan-A Senna will deliver her address at Mikedo's amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Uldar, where Flame General Rauban Alden will be addressing the masses at the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting. Last but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom in Limsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Melwib Bloviswin will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the sentry, Xanthale, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the Remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in your favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. So basically she's saying you can do them in whatever order you want, just go do them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
She's like, I know how you adventurers are.
I know how video games tend to work, so instead of breaking the fourth wall, I'm just going to tell you that stuff can change.
Up.
Oh, I can just port there now, can't
I? Yeah.
New Gridania. I'm like, here goes the ferry, but I'm like, oh, I don't need that. Blasted bard. Yeah, look. Just a bit. Just a bit. I don't know which one I'm gonna pick. I'm assuming I need to pick so that I can like progress the story.
Yes, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. You can pick whichever one you're comfortable with.
And then you just kind of chop and change as you need to do other bits.
Yep, it's purely cosmetic, really.
Oh. You have entered a sanctuary. You have left the sanctuary. You have entered a sanctuary.
Don't worry about it.
Traveling is fun. Zoom.
Yeah.
So this is level 20 now.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. So I'm guessing just after this is when I get my chocobo.
Yeah, quite literally, it's this quest.
Amazing! So excited.
It's a bit confusing because it's like, you need this thing to register it, and you need seals to be able to buy it, but you get them from the quest, and then you have to go back and get it.
Cool. Sounds good. I'm sure it'll guide me along my way. I just have to do the things in the thing. It'll do the things in the order. It used to matter for PvP. There you go. So the companies the grand companies used to matter for PvP. Interesting.
Yeah. And then they made it so you're now temporarily over here for PvP.
The 3 Seedseers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
This looks so funny.
I mean, at least I'm wearing green.
You blend in with the crowd.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood.
Oh, I have to click.
Fearful of the green wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses
You
of
can
the
set it to
earth.
autoplay if you'd like.
That's alright.
Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer.
Self-assured.
The serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk
pox
the
on that
high
bloody
roads without
Ixal.
fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn.
I clicked too early. She's talking about a moment of silence to remember the...
And
like,
how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder's standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the
For
forest.
the elementals!
Cool. 1 down, 2 to go. Somebody, please think of the children. Yep. Basically. I mean, they have a fair point here, though. It's not thinking about what will offend or corrupt children, but literally making sure that there's a world for those children to live in.
Elf you know. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Yeah, look, Saint, you're not wrong. I should, actually sit properly. Where is my... my feet are cold. This is why I keep curling up, because my feet are cold and I'm sitting on them. But maybe if I pop my slippers on, that'll help. The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with 2 beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal, Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramu. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them, then? Grab your fussy slippers. All I hear is murder the gods, problem solved. It's always murder with you, Jazz. You are not wrong. Okay. Royal Promenade in Uldar. Off we head.
There's a bard here playing music. I'm suspecting they've just unlocked it because they're like, ooh, how does this work?
Yeah. Oh, that's super sweet.
Think you should be able to take the ether right up there.
Oh, yeah, true. Good point.
Yeah. It's the Chamber of Rule. That's the one.
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
running. Sparkle, sparkle. More Togi Togi.
Yeah.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimo herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Roban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Nalthal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people. Ya for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
I guess that's what you get when you have a tricky sort of
Your grace.
city that's run by merchants and capitalism.
Roban, people of Ul'dah, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Uldar, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Welcome back. Prosper capitalism, yeah. It's a tricky balance, hey?
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana! For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are by fire reborn!
He purged.
Forsooth!
The time is now!
Alright, what are the twins gonna have to say this
You
time?
again.
Voices in that crowd, right? The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amaljar, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. Oh, you know, I just killed the primal. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So they have dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Uldar has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amaljar are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldans send their forces to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder, then, that the immortal flames are eager to recruit more members. No, right. Fully realize Sultan is a permanent version of Sultan, but I think of a dried grape. I mean... Lalafell. So when they say hail the Sultana, I imagine a giant Sultana with a little crown that looks a bit like Mr. Peanut. Seeker, I love that. It's beautiful. And I was like, when they started talking about the Sultana, it did take my brain a couple extra half seconds than I would like to admit to realize that they were talking about a female leader. Yeah. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. For their sake, I hope that the Flame General's words struck a chord with you. Oh, sorry, I'm still just so wrecked. So wrecked. Okay, Talimsa Laminsa, otherwise known as Lisa Lasagna. Anyway.
Talk me, I'm angry.
Sorry?
Like, the way my character's sitting on the floor. No, talk me, I'm angry.
Oh, it's like a 5-year-old who doesn't want to go home yet.
Yeah.
Literally.
You gotta make me move.
Oh dear. Day 4 of streaming makes sense. Not just day 4 of streaming, but like the first day post Bitfest, and one of those 4 days was a 12-hour, and just all the it's. Oh man. Oh man.
Do you want to borrow my weighted blanket?
No, I have a weighted blanket, but thank you anyway. Not only that, but I bought electric blanket.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm so happy with it. And it does a beautiful job. Like, you turn it on to, like, the maximum setting half an hour before you go to bed, and then you climb into, like, the toastiest, warmerest what's-it, and then you turn it straight off, and it's perfectly fine, because you just, like, maintain temp. It's amazing.
So what you're saying is you preheated your bed.
That's exactly what it's designed to do, yeah. Preheats the bed.
Awesome.
It doesn't work properly unless it has something over it, so you have to have like a doona or a blanket or something over the top of it, because it essentially the heated blanket, and then you put a sheet over that, and then it heats the doona. Like, that's what it's designed to do, so that when you get in, it's just, yeah. It's so nice. So nice.
You'd be nice and cozy, especially with, you know, winter.
Oh, hell yeah. So good. So good. Wrecked by Love, of course. You're at day job today too. No, that's tomorrow. I don't stream on day job days. currently, although in the near future I will be, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I miss winter. It's summer here. Look, I do prefer winter to summer because you can always, like, there are so many layers you can put on and only so many that you can take off. But the cold still hurts. It's like winter is easier to deal with than summer is, but it doesn't mean that I like either extreme in temperature. I still work my best to combat the effects. Like, I've got 2 pairs of socks on plus the slippers, and do you know what I mean? It's just, my feet are like, my hands seem to be okay, especially when I'm gaming because I'm using the muscles, but my feet are just, they're so cold they hurt. They're like ice bricks, but that's fine.
Yeah, I get that too.
Yeah. Bad circulation. Woo!
Yay!
Here to attend the remembrance service. Be quick, the Admiral is due to give her address at any moment. Proceed to the stateroom. I would love a permanent 24 to 28 degrees, thanks. Yeah, look. And sunny. That's the thing. It's the direct sunlight that really helps me warm up. I swear to God I'm cold-blooded. Okay, cutscene. Yes, hello, I'm the lizard.
Beyond the seabed.
Maybe too much dryness. Always rains at night. Here rain things to do. Yeah, agreed, Seeker. Permanent October would be nice. When do for crop cycles, I wager. Yeah. You know, for surviving life, you know.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Oh, yeah.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Gallian Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Gladiator all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Gallian Empire. Even now, the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves, till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral.
Where's my cutlass? Oh, I might as well get rid of video in the world doing things in the early AM, having everything shift a little in the day and beat my wackadoodle sleep cycle.
You again.
Oh, AR voice acting. Hello, Bootstrap, welcome back. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa Lominsa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahuagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominsans' backyard. And that is to say naught of internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. And while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Lominsans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Alright, so I have to make a decision.
Yep. Personally, I literally just went where I started because I liked the story there. I mean, everyone has their own choices.
That was my first thought, was, like, firstly, fire, but also Uldar is where I started and all that kind of stuff. Oh, Fiamma, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence! Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted, though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense for any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. So my first thought was Uldar. And then I'm like, oh, well, I've got to go and listen to these speeches anyway. Gridania seems boring as hell, especially as someone who's literally, like, Gladiator go bonk. It seems like they want to maintain the peace and like, conflict is their last course of action. I don't think that works quite well with the Gladiator. Like, that feels to me more like a healer or that kind of a, you know, something, I don't know, a little bit different.
Yeah.
So that's a nope. Uldar, obviously it's where I started, and I'm very, like, the whole issue with capitalism and all that kind of stuff, and having refugees knocking at the gates and all that kind of thing is, like, it's such a real problem. Like, such a real problem. Not, obviously not just here, but, like, it hits so many nerves, like someone from the actual world, you know? But again, I'm not sure what Swordgo / can help with that, really.
Yeah.
Whereas for the what's it called? For Limsa, but what are they? The
Maelstrom.
Maelstrom, thank you. For the Maelstrom, it's literally infighting. Like that's like the big thing that they've got going on is kill the primals, also everyone stop fighting with each other. And that really can be sorted through combat. Like that's actually something that a gladiator can legitimately actually help with if you're talking about, I know that the quests are going to make it so that I can help anyway, but like when you're talking from a purely theoretical standpoint, that's where it works. So that's what I'm going to start with.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Pirate with a shield, yeah.
conclusions.
I like to think so. I've probably overthought this like a lot, but that's what I do. Welcome to Fearstream. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with the Maelstrom. Also, the fact that their stuff is red doesn't hurt. I mean, the first one was I'll just go with the red one. And then I'm like, oh no, hang on. This is actually like, okay. And then, yeah. Hello, Elrath. Going very well, thank you. I hope you can say the same. You need sleep and we all live 14 hours apart. Decision! Yeah, I know, right? If you're loving this sponsored content, you can help increase Fear's potential for opportunities to secure future sponsorship. How, you ask? Following on social media. Following is free and support streamers expanding their reach, increasing visibility. You can find all her profiles here. The support makes a huge difference for streamers. Thank you for taking the time to help. Exclamation socials in chat will get you the link. Otherwise, it's underneath the video player. Or it's right there in chat where Seeker dropped it. God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, in the end we chose red. Yep, correct. But for like actual reasons other than they're wearing red. Welcome back, Fiamma. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you had hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Fiamma. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer. Can't I just do it now? Fika, I know. Fika now one name, apparently. My brain has just gone like... So yeah, we're good. Oh, man. Oh, what do these two want?
The gods only know what Grand Company our
John
adventurer
Bird.
friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
I am, Elrath.
Are
Absolutely.
you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
I don't like either of them.
My lady!
We are to escort
I
you.
don't think anyone did.
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Because I like this. So it creeps into fears. Looks a bit rather well. Yep. That's what happens when you try to schedule the game. Alrighty. I'm assuming I have to pick one like this.
Red, please.
How is the Admiral's speech? Ah, but you need not explain. That you stand before me now is answer enough. You have resolved to join the Maelstrom, have you not? Yes. That's the spirit, lass. With allies like you, how much stronger is our crew? Let us brave the seas together, friend. Now the choice is made, it is time to add your name to our rolls. Make your way to Limsa Lamensa and seek out our Grand Company's headquarters. Maelstrom Command is located on the upper decks. I will send word to our personnel officer to expect you. The duties of a Maelstrom soldier can be both arduous and challenging, but I promise you, you will not regret this choice. May your passage be swift and your bearings sure. This one. This one. Such peaceful music.
Yeah, all the music's pretty good. I do like Limsa.
Okay.
I think we grabbed the aft castle, right?
We did grab the Aft Castle.
Yeah.
Not the rest of them, but we did that one.
I mean, it slaps you right out the front. Easy peasy.
Peaceful unless you're unbound among 9 times out of 10 there's some bard slinging tunes. That's alright.
I'll make no mistake, there is always bards and limps on Sephiroth there.
Hail, adventurer. What business have you at Maelstrom Command? My name is Fiamma Ventinove. I believe you are expecting me. Fiamma Ventinove, I, our recruitment officer, sent word of your coming. It shall be my honor to induct you into the ranks of the Maelstrom. Now, before I can accept your oath, you must be made aware of several... Sir! What is it, Private? And this had better be important. Sir, we've received a report from a lookout in Lower Lenosia, sir. Imperial forces have fired upon a Highwind Skyways airship. The vessel is in a bad way, sir, and appears to be banking for an emergency landing in Cedarwood. Cedarwood? Damn it, we have no troops available in that area. The bulk of our infantry is bogged down on the coast, skirmishing with the fishbacks. Ventinove, this is highly irregular, but I fear your first duty in service to the Maelstrom must needs be unofficial. If our man in Lower Lenosia is correct, the airship will come down in territory crawling with Imperial scouts. If there are any survivors, we must reach them before the Galleons do. Make haste to Cedarwood, locate the airship, and if any of its occupants are alive, make sure they come to no further harm. We'll see about swearing you in upon your return. Okay, good.
Dude.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to click and for you to see. Yep, it was great. It was great. All right.
Which are you going?
So we're going Cedarwood.
Cedarwood. Where the back is that?
I don't have anything there yet, but there is a my map says I can go down this way.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yep.
You good?
I know where I'm
Awesome.
at. Yep.
They just want to do it. I mean, yeah. Gods do be like that. Oh, no, wait, okay, I went down the wrong way. I didn't zoom in enough. Haha! Wonderful.
I think the ferry skipper takes you out there, otherwise you'll have to go through middle Nausea.
Oh, that's alright. I'm like, I might as well explore a bit and smack some crystals.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Lower Lanosia apparently, according to this, so... It's so funny, no dot invisible. It's every time it full screens me, I'm like, what are you doing? Stop this shenanigans. Like... Alright, I know I'm supposed to go up to the cedarwood, but I want to go down and grab the dry docks.
What's fair? Do you want a taxi?
Yeah, sure.
Speedy getaway. Where's my car? There it is.
Thank you.
He's busy. You remember?
Ride pillion?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm like, well, ride. What other, no other option makes sense.
How small you are in the car seat.
Look, I'm a... Oh no, that's,
You are like a baby.
just... Look, you!
Not supposed to be riding in the front window, that's small for you.
Fine!
Fine, I'm jump into the ocean.
Yeah, let's not do that. Oh my god. Whew. That's great.
Being it's a baby seat, you ride.
Take your child to work day. I will slaughter you all.
I do all understand the sense of being Look, I'll get a better one for you, alright?
No, it's okay. It's okay. So I've got to go all the way up to the top. Should I run there manually in case of like hunting log stuff?
Can if you want.
Actually, what have I got anything that's gonna be here though? I think most of it's not yet. Thanalan. Yeah, so I don't have anything.
Yeah, it'd be
Might as well. Where are you?
Look, I swapped, so now you have the booster seat.
I hate you.
No, seriously, it's
I know.
ridiculous. You're barely even at like level with my head.
Yeah.
Why are female Aura so small?
I'm pretty sure I did like put it like zunk down the bottom.
Maybe.
I do love that you get special music for in the mount as well. Like,
oh yeah, you'd have the Shadowbringers music playing with this mount. Yeah.
It's the turn for Daycatcher. Oh my god, that's the mount I want. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I got this back in Shadowbringers. Good fun. 10 out of 10.
We did not fit through that hole.
Don't worry about it.
Clipping.
Laws of physics do not apply to me.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of going off your minimap, by the way.
Hmm?
Sort of going off your minimap.
Yeah, that's right. Here is fine, and then I can head over the last little bit of the way that I need to go.
Easy peasy.
Thank you, which is literally right here. Chloe boy.
Chickens.
Duty calls! Wait, oh.
Oh yes, I will leave the group for you.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Uh-oh, it crash. It crash. Chunky bird.
I love the dodos so much.
An adventurer? What are you doing out here? No, wait, let's find some cover first. Maelstrom Command sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Be at ease, sir. We are of the Maelstrom. You're a Garlond and Ironworks engineer, yes? One of our lookouts reported the attack on your craft. We're here to rescue you. You must be Ventinov. Good work on reaching our friend here before the Imperials. Tree is big. I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garlon's work. Is there no end to the man's treachery? The secrets of Magitech belong in Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garlon's crimes. Oh. There's a babby on board. Scouting party from Castrum Oxidans, I'd say. Seems they want your ship, engineer. Wedge, you have to help him. That fool of Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. The tiny Bronco? Isn't that the new design people have been whispering about? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. First since Master Garlon... well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight, and she was soaring, she really was, till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Alright, pay attention. We're going to hit these Imperials hard and fast. If they want a souvenir from Eorzea, they can have a knife in the gut, but they're not getting that ship. Oh, and don't forget to save the Lalafell. Side note. What say you, Ventinov? Ready to give those curs a hiding? Nods imperceptibly. Like a tidal wave, lads. Charge! Bye. An ambush! To arms! Smite them, please. Also, Lalafell. Yeah. The afterthought.
Look, he's named Wedge for a reason. Potatoes. All Lalafell's potatoes. For God's sake. Duty complete! The Goliath just pick up the Lalafell and yeet it. Biggs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. So, how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne.
few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. We'll stand watch until the ship is ready to take off. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts eventually, but I doubt they'll get here for a good while yet. Ventinove, you're free to return to the Maelstrom Command and complete your induction. Ordinarily, I'd ask you to stay, but I think we'd all feel better knowing an adventurer of your ability was safely sworn in and ready for the next mission. Rest assured, I'll inform Command of the part you played today. I just wanted to say sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Haha. Seriously though, if it hadn't been for you and the Maelstrom lads there, we'd be chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. I mean, he's right to be suspicious though. It's fine. Wedge! Thank you, we're very grateful. Your level is no longer synced. Hawkeye!
Hello.
Let's go. Maelstrom Command. Overdex. Good. Figured it out eventually.
Woo. Huh? A guy named Marinated Ladybug ran past and I have concerns.
I also have what? Sure.
They're right over here, you get to see them.
Marinated Ladybug.
Oh, they're ephemera. Yeah, that tracks.
Okay. Welcome back, Ventinove. I just heard the report. You needn't be concerned about the engineers. They completed their return trip without further Imperial interference. I must admit I had my doubts at first, but it seems the stories about you are true. I look forward to seeing what else you're capable of after you're properly inducted into the Maelstrom, of course. Now, speaking of your induction... Dum-dum-da-dum. Actually a proper name. Let us start afresh, shall we? You are welcome here, Fiamma Ventinove. That such a well-respected adventurer would choose to join our ranks is most heartening. Before you swear your allegiance to us, however, it is only right that I tell you exactly what it is that you will be joining. A Grand Company is more than simply a collection of soldiers. It is an all-encompassing organization which draws upon the resources of an entire city-state to form a united military force capable of standing against a nation's deadliest enemies. We of the Maelstrom are charged with meeting the threats posed by the Primals and the Gallian Empire and solving the many problems caused by the Calamity. Every man and woman who serves under our colours has a role to play in keeping the great warship that is Limsa Laminsa afloat, and on whatever heading Chief Admiral Whirlweb Blofuswin sees fit to set. As part of this grand vessel's crew, you will be expected to take your turn at the oars, for the winds do not look favourable, lass, and strength of arm may be all that sees us safe to port. If I've lost you with talk of ship and oar, let me put it another way. A Maelstrom soldier labours till her last breath, fights till her last drop of blood. We give our all in service to this nation, and no less is expected of you. Ventinove, it is customary for new recruits to swear an oath of their own choosing upon entering the Maelstrom's ranks. Is there aught you'd like to say?
Oh, gar.
What?
Oh, you didn't get the same ones I did, sad face.
I didn't get the same ones you had.
Yeah, but I also chose Gridania.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Actually, yeah, it is. They're Hellsguard Row. They have flying magic blimps, and yet they still row. What skills I have are yours till sea swallows all. Yes, the many and varied skills of the adventurer. I've no doubt that your travels have furnished you with such knowledge as will prove invaluable to our cause. Fiamma Venteneuve, I hereby assign you the rank of Storm Private 3rd Class. You are now officially a soldier of the Maelstrom. Can I rank up?
Yep.
Good. Welcome aboard, Private. May you serve Limsa Laminsa well till sea swallows all.
You even get your own little squadron of
Aw.
goons that help you.
I get applause. Like this is nice. Sycophant, look you. Can you hear me, Fiamma? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Maelstrom contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Venteneuve. I have no doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a woman of the storm, you are no less a scion. Pray return to the waking sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. No rest for the wicked, eh? Before you make yourself scarce, I recommend having a word with Commander Ricky. Might be worth your while. Have a phone. Why do they still row? I have a link pearl. Thank you. You may now accept the quest, My Little Chocobo Maelstrom, by speaking with Rashat Ricky. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for a realm reborn. I like that they tell you that. All watched over by a Maelstrom. There we go. Delivery missions unlocked. You are now a member of a Grand Company and have been assigned the rank of Private 3rd Class. Your Grand Company and rank can be confirmed at any time under the Profile tab in the Character Interface under the Profile tab in the Character Interface under Character in the main menu. Grand Companies pay their members not in gil but in company seals. You can confirm how many seals are currently in your possession under the currency in the main menu. Seals can be earned by completing various Grand Company missions. A Grand Company Quartermaster is stationed at each Grand Company headquarters and will exchange items for company seals. Company seals are only redeemable with the Grand Company that issued them. The Grand Companies of Eorzea are in constant need of supplies and provisions to maintain their daily operations. Adventurers can earn experience points and company seals by crafting or gathering the items required and delivering them. Speak to a Grand Company personnel officer or one of the many officers stationed throughout the realm to complete the delivery. Items sought change every day, Earth time. They can be confirmed by selecting timers located under duty in the main menu. Amazing. My Little Chocobo Maelstrom. Rashat Ricky suggests you look into having a personal chocobo issued. Well, if it isn't Private Venteneuve, I must say the tales of your deeds have been an inspiration to the troops. Our duties take us far and wide, and I'll wager you've slogged across quite a few malms of countryside on naught but your own 2 feet. And your friend's car. Such a sterling soldier of the Maelstrom deserves her own steed. Let us see about having one issued for you. All you need to do is obtain a Storm Chocobo issuance by exchanging company seals with the Quartermaster. Once you have this deed, present it to Frejim, and she will see you saddled up on one of our trusty birds.
Right, so here's the thing. You don't have those company seals right now. But if you look at the MSQ quest you have, the reward is the company seals, which coincidentally is exactly the amount you need for...
To get the Chocobo.
The Chocobo, yep.
Perfect. Alright, so... Waking Sands. Envelope, use.
Take me away!
Pray return to the Waking Sands. Minfilia really says that a lot. She do. She do.
There's a reason people mock it, because it's just said a lot.
Indeed. Hello, Daz. Welcome back to you too. That did not used to be a thing. We had to do fates, guild leaves, leave quests, or hunting log for that. Interesting. Interesting. Oh look, it's the other two. Welcome back, Fiamma. Lady Minfilia awaits you within. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called me to regale me with the tale of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Fiamma. Now, when last we spoke, I said I wanted you to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you've already met. Tataru, please show them in. This way, sirs. Aha! It's the ship people. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives, but I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm... Gods, man, spit it out, will you? Wedge, at your service. I am pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, for this, we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Dun, 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 dun. Minfilia needs you to investigate the sylphs.
Now, having set aside the formalities, we have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like Gisselgreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained. Until such time as we know, it would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda. who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
I'm assuming I nodded there. Couldn't tell.
Lovely.
I need to replace this
as
armor.
much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfulia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
Does Final Fantasy XIV let you hide your helms, you can see facial expressions and the like? Yes, but not all armor pieces let you do it. This particular armor piece is really super weird. I don't have a helm on. I'm not wearing a helm. So this body piece also covers my helm. There is a thing here where you can manually adjust the visor to go up and down, but it doesn't work on this particular piece, and I can't hide it either because I don't actually wear any headgear. So there are a couple, like just a small handful of pieces from early game that don't work, but yes, you can with other stuff, just not the one that I'm wearing. Wait, that's not a hat. No, it's actually part of my body armor. It says here, cannot equip gear to head underneath that. Yeah, so it covers that whole set of, yeah. That sort of armor is a relic of 2.0. You won't see it after a point. Yeah, I just got to keep upgrading, basically. Okay, so that's the Adder's Nest, but I've now got 300 storm seals, so I would like to go and see Phrygium.
You're going to come to the Maelstrom area to buy your Chocobo license, basically. It's your driver's license.
Yeah. It says it's locked.
Yes, because that's where you hand it in. You need to buy the item from the quartermaster up
right.
in the Maelstrom area.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Thank you for assisting my brain there.
I am the last 3 brain cells.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm just not even going to fight it at this point.
Like, yeah, you're right.
Okay, so we go bonk, Ethernet, aft castle. Alrighty. So we're going over here into the Maelstrom area, and that's going to be someone in here. There's like a quartermaster.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
There's quite a few tabs. It might look a little confusing.
That's alright. I'll have a flick around. So I'm going to guess it's this, the one that says quartermaster.
Yeah.
Well met, I'm an OIC quartermaster affiliated with the Maelstrom, and it is my duty to provide those free companies who have pledged their allegiance to our grand company with the opportunity to purchase various enchantments and items which will benefit their members. I say, have you ever considered joining a free company? If not, might I suggest you do so? A whole new world will open. Oh, so not that person.
Yeah, it's not over here.
Okay.
Other quartermaster.
Storm quartermaster. Right, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, not that person. I want this one. Ooh, so there's weapons. There's armor.
I think I might be under the material tab.
There's material and materials. little bit different.
Yeah.
Storm Chocobo issuance. And it's 200, so it leaves me with 100 afterwards.
Oh, they left you with some change.
They did. Perfect.
Sick.
And now I can go turn that in.
Mm-hmm.
So that is up this way. I do feel like while I'm here, I should go smack those crystals.
If you want to smack all of them, we can run around and do that.
That's what I'm thinking. Now that I'm like technically part of Limsa Lominsa, I should probably be able to navigate a little better. I'm assuming it'll help me with the Maelstrom quests somewhat.
It's also just good to have them because it gives you the teleports right out front of the gate.
Absolutely.
And if you want to pick up things like Culinarian, you can do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, once I get my chocobo... Get in, we're going fishing.
Oh boy.
Recall
well,
after
10
shooting
minutes
insect
ocean
management.
fishing.
It opens up the job quest. Oh, cool, Lander. Awesome. Awesome sauce. Yeah, so the bits and bobs that I like, so we didn't finish everything we were supposed to, or everything we hoped to last sponsored stream. And so what was left on the list was do the Gladiator stuff, get your chocobo, and try out Disciples of the Hand and Land. So that's what we're going to do next. I'm probably going to take a quick stretch my legs break after we get the chocobo, and then we're going to go and try out some Disciples of Hand and Land.
Yeah.
Cool. So from here,
Which one's
we're at the Marauders Guild. I don't have the Arcanist Guild. That's all I'm missing.
Oh, okay. Let's go Hawker's Alley then.
Hawker's
That's
Alley.
Right there.
Perfect. Let's try that. Thank you. Are we going mining? Are we?
Are we?
No, we go fishing. I wanna go fishing.
I've been
This is
requested.
kind of a meme. Sorry.
I've been requested to make a brownie.
Ugh, yes, do the thing. Go get the brownie. Where am I? There I am. Arcanist Guild. Perfect. All the way down the way.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And I do see that there's a Fisherman's Guild here, which makes sense because we're in the water place.
This is the teleport people will take too, because you come out on the docks out here to go ocean fishing as well.
Ah, perfect.
Which is every 2 hours.
Interesting. Fishing is mining in the water for food. Right, okay, fair enough. Awesome. Alright, so you've attuned yourself to all the Aethernet shards of Limsa Lominsa. The Zephyr Gate, the Tempest Gate, and the Airship Landing are now accessible as Aethernet destinations. Yay! So keep. So the lower decks is going to be the closest one.
Oh, let's go to the Aetherite Plaza.
Yeah. That's what I meant. My bad.
That's all good. I was squinting at your screen going, where is that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right there. Okay.
Theater mode helps because it knocks chat out the way.
Yeah, literally.
Yep. It should be pretty high up in quality, but there's also a bit of a delay, so.
Ah, I see you in the sea of blue.
Mm.
Resh is looking very sad.
Because wait for brownie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You can you can go if you want to. You can go.
No, it's.
What a bird issued you say? Then I'll need to see your Storm Chocobo issuance. Hand over. I like his hat.
I know, right?
It's adorable. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right. Excuse me. Back with your chocobo. And here he is. The fellow has been in high spirits the past few bells. He must have sensed that his master was coming. Now then, to make it official, you want to give your noble steed a name. Uh-oh.
Melvin.
I was honest to goodness thinking Melvin, yeah. But I'm not sure if Jas will allow me to. Jas, can I borrow the name of Melvin?
Melvin reversed.
Is Melvin reversed?
Twin. Nevlem?
Nilvem. No. Yeah, Nivlem. I heard a no, I think, from the other room. Queh. What? Can you rename them later?
Good question.
I'm gonna Google it. Rename your chocobo.
Guess it is, Jazz. You can have them out and I can tank things for you.
Go to a chocobo keeper. It should have a rename option. Call it Gary. Yes, you can. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Arrow, and welcome to chat. Hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you also, Lander. But yeah, apparently they have. Okay. What do I call him?
Peanuts.
The chicken isn't a spud that can pull things. Peanuts?
Ref called his Fluff Man.
Fluff Man.
Nuggies.
Nuggies. No, but that implies that he is Foob. Chocobo is friend,
Nuggies.
not Foob. Dave, then make him a tank so he's angry Dave. What? What has that got to do with anything? What is your name?
Jeeves.
And here is fantastic. So you could call it Quack Quack. Mobile. Good lord. I wonder if there's like a Chocobo name generator on the internet somewhere. I'm sure there is. Chocobo
Probably.
name generator. Just have some giggles and to like random Chocobo name generator. Gives you a list of random ideas.
I'm just here like, I could say Seto.
Seto is. There's Passanoir, Visnoe, Ailey Daring, Runner Saturn, and Gravert on this list. And there's a randomize button. Linsa Lamunsa, Burb. Quack quack, because it means I'm tasty. Lasagna.
Lasagna, because he's got red.
Is lasagna. Is that how you spell lasagna?
Lasagna.
Yeah, that's what lasagna. Yep, okay. I double, you double. So the background behind that is that Limsa Laminsa is words hard. And so it became a bit I'm not sure exactly where you guys got the joke from, but it's become a thing that in our little group chat in Discord, we always refer to it as Lisa Lasagna. So lasagna is perfect. Love it.
You could probably literally
you,
just call it Lisa Lasagna if you want.
I could. Can I put spaces in? No, I can't put a space in.
Nah.
That's all right. Lasagna works. Lasagna works. You name your chocobo lasagna? Yes. I gotta call him Wiley. Why? Oh, cause like Wile E. Coyote, or what's the? I'm confused. Anyway, Quah! He seems to be happy with that. Oh, bye. Speak with Frigim. Yeah. I dare say he likes his name. Here is your very own Chocobo whistle. Simply blow into it and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in crowded city centers or monster-infested lairs. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. And lastly, I present you with your Chocobo Rider's license, as is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your Chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. My little Chocobo, and a level up! I'm 37.
Ding.
You can use a Chocobo whistle to acquire the action to summon your personal Chocobo. Unlike rental Chocobos, there is no time limit regulating how long you may remain on Chocoback. Remember, however, there are areas such as highly populated cities and narrow dungeons that your Chocobo will refuse to enter. The action to summon your Chocobo can be set to your hotbar and is located within your mount guide, found under character in the main menu. Chocobo armor or barding can be equipped via the companion interface situated in the character section of the main menu. Amazing!
I have a set of barding for you.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's so sweet of you. You've been so generous with me. Thank you.
I made this one myself. Because
Aww.
I was like, it'd be really cute.
Alright, so where's my mount guide? Company Chocobo!
The mount guide, yep, right there, near menu.
I just got rid of something and I don't remember what it was.
If we pop
Mount
out
unavailable
here,
in this location. Yeah.
You can have a look at him.
Load screen! Who the heck gives someone the vehicle without the license? You may now ride any other mount you have. I don't, but that's okay.
Yay!
Dismounting. While on Chocoback, a Chocobo icon will appear in your status effects bar. You can dismount your Chocobo at any time by right-clicking this icon or by re-clicking the action you used to mount your steed. Use the Chocobo whistle to summon your steed again. Look at him!
Actually,
he's such a cutie.
I should be able to trade to you. Okay. Ta-da!
Highland barding.
You've got a. You might have to dismount to learn it. I'm not sure if you can learn it while you're on the back of the mount.
Cannot execute it this time. Yeah. God, it zooms off, doesn't it? Zoom! And then it's under the character. No,
it's under companion. Under
in
character.
Under companion.
If you mount up on it, you can see what it looks like as you change it.
Ah, okay. So that's what I'm at the moment. So it's Highland barding. Ooh, it's a fluffy! It keeps it warm. Oh, that's super cute. Ah! Oh my god, the hat. That is just...
I know.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous. And I love it so much. Aww. Thank you, Char. He's so cute.
I thought you appreciate a very snug-looking lasagna.
The lasagna is now warm.
Reheated lasagna.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this is great. Love it so much. All right.
Mary Chicken.
Sorry?
Mary Chicken.
Oh, he flaps his little wings. It's super cute.
Yeah, it's really cute when they take off when you get the ability to fly too, because the little wings are just...
that's adorable. Alright, I'm gonna head to the fishing guild, but I'm gonna go take a chance to stretch my legs first, because we're 4 hours in. What?
Same, because
yes, go make brownie. Yes, enjoy. I will be back shortly. Might take this as an opportunity to stretch your own legs, grab yourself a drink, something to eat, take a bathroom break, whatever you need. I will be back very shortly. Hello. I have soup, and I'm very happy about this. I know. It was only a few months ago that I said if I ever had to see soup again, I would harm something, but it's the right kind of food for me at the moment, I think. Lunchtime, yes, V. Hope you enjoy. You want the soup? Yes! I've got chicken and corn soup at the moment. I've been feeling a little bit unwell lately, so Jas has picked me up a few single-serving pots of soup. And I had chicken and corn, chicken and veg, or pumpkin, so I went with chicken and corn. Because it's a good, like, comfort. Thank you, Koalatron, for linking my socials. Alright, Fisherman's Guild. Let's explore this little place, shall we? Oh, that's really pretty. Look at the waves on the ship up here. That's gorgeous. Fishing! Okay. Guild receptionist. Well, a well-wishing welcome to you, adventurer friend. You've worked your way to Fisherman's Bottom. Good. When you want fish for just a day, you can call a culinarian, but we fishermen feast for life. I've set the bait. Think you're ready to bite? Yes! Hooray, hooray! Looks like we've got a live one. Let me walk you through the life of a fisherman in Limsa Lominsa. Since we're surrounded by the seas, the fishing sites are a fisherman's delight. If you can't fish it here, you can't fish it anywhere. While some of us rope in our fish with rods and reels, others skim the seabed with nets for creepy crawly critters. You might say we cast a wide net. People prattle about our pullers just about everywhere in Limsa. And there's much and more I haven't mentioned. We shepherd the ships, preside over the ports, manage the mongers, all while making sure not to leave any adventurers out to sea. I'll wager you prefer to work alone, so we'll start you off with the rod and reel. Now, you may not necessarily net the numbers net fishing yields, but pole fishing positively pulls prettier prizes. And that's the long and short of it. When you're ready for another bite of bait, I'll reel you in before the guildmaster. Alrighty. Reaffirm the desire to join the Fisherman's Guild. Spoken truly like a bespoke fisherwoman. Well then, it's time you met the guildmaster. But unfortuitously, unfortunately, and somewhat ironically, our nefarious netmaster is out fishing at the moment. This moment and every moment, that is. So Sisyphus tends to tend to tasks that require tending to. Such as deciding whether you'll sink or swim with our guild. Sisyphus presiding over those pools whenever you decidedly decide to say hello. She might seem somewhat standoffish, but she's only keeping an eye out for sharks. Be yourself, and you have nothing to worry about. Oh, gosh, that's hard to read. Hard to read aloud, anyway. You just jump in the pool, right? That's fine. Good. Yes, save your breath. I heard every word between you and Mulika, so I know she told you my role here. As she said, Wawalago's supposed to be guildmaster, but apparently he has bigger fish to fry, so all his work falls to me. That includes making sure our new fish aren't shellfish idiots or potential anemones. You've passed the first test by not laughing at that awful joke. Now you only need the right answer to this question. Are you prepared to fish like you've never fished before?
No.
That's not very nice.
Because there's bubble tea to be drinking.
Yay! Thank you for the bubble tea. Is a Thai milk tea with, I'm gonna guess, coconut jelly.
How? How did you figure that out?
That's coconut jelly.
Yes.
Because it's the right shape and colour, and I was pretty sure we had coconut jelly open and not coconut lychee jelly open.
I opened a new coconut jelly.
Ah!
Because they're out of coconut.
Haha, there you go. Wow, I did a really good guess then.
Yes.
But I based it on facts that were actually wrong.
Yes.
That's how I guessed.
Fishing. You should do the ocean fishing. Except the next ocean fishing's in like...
I have to get to that point though, don't I? Like, I don't think I can do that at like base level.
I think I
I've played this since it came out and not once have I touched fishing! Good afternoon,
the fishing
Jazz.
is fun though.
Good afternoon.
Anyway, I got rid of stuff.
Thank you. Well, you're smarter than the majority of bottom dwellers that find their way here. Welcome to the guild. Now, this wouldn't be much of a guild if we sent you out to sea with only a pole and a prayer, so I suppose I can spare you a few pearls of wisdom. Nevertheless, you're still going to need that pole and prayer, so I can at least provide you with the former. Here you go. 1 out of 2 isn't bad. I'll even throw in these lugworms, since you're not likely to get far without bait. The rods we bestow upon our new fish are priceless objects, which is to say they don't cost anything. Once you know what you're doing, you'll probably want a proper one. But in the meantime, let's see if you can figure out how to hold your pole. Ready the one I gave you and your lessons can begin. Alrighty. Fishing log. Oh, number of available gear sets has increased. So I'm guessing you have like a set for like fishing and then a set for, yeah. Readying your line. To fish, you must first change your class to fisher by equipping a rod in your main hand. If the body of water you are near is fishable, our icon for the cast action will glow. Determine a bait to apply to your line by selecting the bait action, then checkmarking the desired item from the list that appears. Some bait can only be used in certain locations or for landing certain types of fish. Bait and tackle can be harvested, made by disciples of the hand, or purchased from various merchants or fieldcraft vendors. Always make sure your inventory is stocked before heading out into the wild. Changing classes. Your main weapon determines your current class. Changing classes is as easy as equipping a different type of weapon or tool to your main hand slot. Fishing rod. Oh dear. I am a naked fisher person. Good. There we go. I have clothes on again. I can close all that. My first fishing rod. Find you a first task. You're looking quite formidable. Let's hope you don't scare all the fish away. Now, the first rule of fishing is to hold on to your rod. Take care of your rod, and your rod will take care of you. Let me know if I'm going too fast for you. Since you're new here, we're going to start small, and they don't come much smaller than anchovies. You'll find schools of anchovies swimming around outside in Gladiator Bay, so you can catch your meager supper without even walking 10 yards. Anchovies are hardly the most cunning fish in the area, making them an ideal first assignment. Simply bait a hook with those lugworms I gave you, dip it in the water, and the fish will practically catch themselves. To catch laments and anchovies for Sisyphus, first select a suitable lure using the bait action. Next, approach the water and use the cast action to begin fishing. When you feel a tug on your line, use the hook action to reel in your catch. Alright, so we have bait. This one. Fishing log. Your fishing log contains invaluable information on everything from fishing hole locations to detailed fish data to personal records. The log can be found under logs in your main menu.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I was a naked fisher person very briefly.
Yeah, it's like that. Congratulations, you know how to fish, and you're naked.
Yeah, basically. But now I'm wearing like the cute stuff that I started wearing at the start, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Alright, so I pressed 1 to bait, and it's got lugworm selected, so I'm guessing that's all I really need to do. And then, after using the cast action to cast your line into the water, you need simply sit back and wait for a bite. When a fish bites, you'll not only see the line being tugged, but hear it. While a fish is on the line, use the hook action to attempt to reel in your catch. Your chances of successfully reeling in a fish after hooking it are directly affected by the fish type and your gathering rating.
Yes, your gathering rating is in your character panel. Basically, when you swap over to a Disciple of Hand or Land, it swaps your stats. Yep.
Very cool. Here we go. Let's cast. And there's hook and quit. What is cast light? Lights up the tip of your fishing rod. That's cute.
Yeah, it makes it easy to see when it's gone. I'm going to teach you the most important thing about fishing real quick.
Yeah. I just let it
cast.
Went to level 3.
If you type /sit, you sit down on a little stool.
That's so cute. That's so cute. Okay. So you can light it up so that you can see when it kind of... Oh no, it did like a... She got a little thing above her head. Level 4 now. My first catch got me 2 levels.
Yeah, fishing levels very quickly.
Level 5, and I can accept the quest. Oh, and I can chum the water.
Hi, Rash.
Hello.
We're all provided.
Beautiful. Fishing party.
I have a sneaking suspicion Bresh didn't look like this IRL when he went fishing the other week. You'd be right, he says. 1000% do not have the right bait for this place. That's okay, I'm eating food.
Okay, I'm my 5 of 5. And I'm level 6. Oh, let's go. Turn this in. Anchovies swim off every shore of Limsa, so you can bring them back from anywhere you like, so long as it's not the fishmongers. Here, Chovy, here, Chovy. Fair flock of feisty fish you got. Giddy guppy, fair careful, let it slip out of sight. Wawalago? To what do we owe the pleasure? The Guildmaster's got to get after the guppies, dividing up the daily drudgery, picking out a proper potable, and some such support and service. And who gets after the Guildmaster? We have books to balance, you know. Books you should be balancing. I did my best to balance the books, but the bilge keel bent the bow back, bouncing the whole batch off the boat. That's not what... You know it was just an expression. That's neither here nor there. So long as you keep at the bit, Fiamma, our books will balance themselves. Don't let that go to your head, of course. Any beginner can snag some anchovies, but you'll need to experiment with different lures and explore new waters if you want to catch the big ones. Fundamentals are fine, but the fun is fishing for new finds. Like my uncle always said, fishing's like philandering. You never know what you'll catch. Good lord. Oh my god. And with those well-spoken words of wisdom, we will leave you to your wiles. Oh lord. Next Fisher quest will be available from Sissipu upon reaching level 5. You mean like I already did. Good. It's complete. I got some new clothes. Bigger fish to fry. Sissipu has a trial in mind for you. I smell that you haven't been neglecting your duties. A commendable attitude. No one's ever got worse at anything by practicing. No one I know, at least. Then again, you can't expect the same old tricks to work with new fish. Big ones don't grow to be that way, chasing everything that wiggles on a hook. To catch the fish you want, you must first know what the fish wants. Only once their prize is at stake can you tantalize and tempt your prey to taste the forbidden tackle. Anchovies may be willing to settle for lugworms, but harbour herring have a discerning palate that prefers pillbugs. But don't take my word for it, go and see for yourself. Pick up some pillbugs from Stinny Hill, over in West Hawker's Alley, then use them to catch 3 local harbour herring. Like anchovies, they can be caught right outside. In case you have a mind to return to your previous spot, you should know that fish aren't as foolish as most might think. Keep casting your line in the same waters, and you'll find that fewer folk will take the bait. Interesting. That's a funky mechanic.
It's the AFK mechanic.
Yeah.
The spotting.
Yeah.
It'll literally give you a message that's like, the fish seem to be wary of your presence.
Yeah. That's
it's
cute.
Like, okay, I'll move.
So where did it want me to go?
I think you have to go to Hawker's Alley.
There's a what's it for that, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. How
are your brownies?
Delicious. I will give you the brownie recipe.
Really well done to see. Yes, indeed, fishing. Oh my god, so into fishing. He bought Endwalker for it. Beautiful.
I mean, fair.
Beautiful. Okay, that's actual stuff. Is there...
I think it'll be under purchase items.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even notice that option. Thank you.
Stealth 100.
Right. Sorry?
Stealth 100. I just inhaled water.
Let's go with that for now, because I only need to get her 3. Soup in my face. No idea about fishing, how much you need to be into it. My Endwalker for the fishing upgrades. Nothing wrong with that, hey.
Not far at all, man. I really like. You can go all the way from 1 to 90 just doing fishing, like ocean fishing.
There must have been upgrades that were only available in Endwalker, and that's why that particular person decided to buy it.
I know there's quests that'll give specific spells, but I think they all stop after Stormblood.
Ooh. Ocean Cloud? That's not what I was after, but I'll take it.
Merry jellyfish. I don't have bait, but I have lures.
Arbor herring. There we go. Stumbler's oyster. You have a very pretty rod there. Why am I getting double exclamations?
Because they're different bite strengths.
Oh, okay.
It plays into it later on. You've got a whole, it's a whole thing.
The higher your perception rating, the better chance you have of landing a large-sized fish. Depending on the variety, it may be usable for mooching. What is mooching?
Mooching is a spell you get at, let's see, 25? When you have a large-sized fish, instead of using bait, say you get a large jellyfish or something, you can use that jellyfish as bait to catch another fish that can only be caught by mooching.
Awesome. Sneak. The type of the land action Sneak allows you to conceal yourself from enemies so that you may log, mine, or fish without fear of being attacked. Be mindful, however, that if this ability is not effective against enemies with this level significantly higher than your own. That makes sense.
This means you can go around zones, go fishing and mining and botany without getting smacked in the back of the head.
Yeah. You can decide, no combat for today, thank you.
Please, I only have my fishing rod. Local warrior of light found dead in a ditch after being mauled by a bear because I had a fishing rod on, not the actual warrior axe.
This is one of our main story quests. Fantastic, Brett. Congratulations.
you're getting close, Nano. Have fun.
Oh! I got a new type of fish again.
Nice.
Melthor goby. I have two. Things are happening, wheels are turning. This is awesome. I assume there's something that's gonna rock my world.
Smile. You don't know. Ah, yes.
Right. Did I run out? No. Do we go to the heart wrenching?
Resh has his cat out and you have your cat out. I have just, like, a child.
Do they interact with each other?
There are some that will. Like, if you get, like, Moogle pets, I can't remember which
specific ones have, like,
Yeah.
scripted encounter. Okay.
Yeah.
Mine keeps doing loop-to-loops.
Nice. I've seen like people that have got like a whole bunch of Moogle pets out, and they've all just like got in a circle and started dancing, and there were like so many.
Amazing. There you go. There's my harbour herring.
Nice.
Let's go turn that in. Bring me 3 harbour herring, Fiamma. This will test both your ability to use pillbugs as bait and your ability to count. Look, you. I do like, oh, it's super cute. Excuse me, there's nothing better than salted harbour herring, save for perhaps fried harbour herring. Or grilled. No, definitely salted. You know, in the yesteryears of my youth, I used to use every fish I yanked out to yield a bigger one. A good gamble until the game got gargantuan. I guess I got greedy. Where did you... Well, sometimes it's best to throw back the big ones. Good gods, what's a guildmaster got to do to garner a grain of gratitude? Acting respectable would be a start. Respectable? I sailed the seas and snared everything that swam in them. And that would be an accomplishment if by everything that swam in them, you meant fish and not lady divers. All you ever brought back was stories about carousing with trollops. Yes, response to that is with dancing. Sigh. Chauvinism is just a red herring. The harbour herring are what's important, namely the lesson of thinking from the perspective of the fish when selecting bait. In that regard, I can say you truly have the mind of a fish, so here is a treat. Some of it might seem like gibberish at first, but as you make observations and jot down notes, eventually all of it will be gibberish. We'll take some time to study up, but careful not to fry your fish brain. You'll need it for your next lesson. The fishing log is a chronicle of your experiences as a fisher. Peruse the fish guide for fishing locations and detailed fish data, or reflect upon your accomplishments by reviewing your records.
Yeah, there are some crazy people out there that have managed to get all the fish, and I'm like, excuse me?
I mean, that sounds like exactly something I'd do. Hello, have you met me?
Oh, that's a rabbit hole feel.
I know.
Like, for example, just a quick example. Ooh. There's some fish that will only spawn in, or be able to be caught in like a 10-minute window if there was a weather that preceded the current weather and it's perfectly in line with like the weather that's currently going, and some people just go nuts. And I'm like, how do you figure this out? Who found this out first?
Yeah, it's awesome here. Someone would have caught it and gone, wait, I don't have that one. What happened? How did you get that? And then they kind of work backwards from there.
Yeah, literally. Hey, look at this cool fish I got. What?
Ah, the world before data mining.
Pretty much.
Not done Eden or the near quests. Yeah, it's one a bit harsh, lol. Caused me to pause at some point. Right, well, I just hit level 10 with that.
Yeah.
So?
You don't have to keep fishing.
Princess and the fish. No, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, that's good.
What's that in your eye, Fiamma? I know that glimmer. It's the eye of the fisher. It's the thrill of the bite, rising up to the challenge of our rival. Keep that spark alive, friend. You don't want to end up like Wawa Logo. Not that I'm worried about you. Oh yes, I can see it. There is a fire inside you, burning for fish. More fish, bigger fish. It's time to feed that fire. Today's the day you catch your first big one. No one ever forgets their first. Journey forth to the banks of the Nim in Middle Enosia. There you will find her, the Princess Trout. Take the princess and return here triumphant. Her Royal Highness is drawn to crayfish balls. Certain gear grants bonuses to your perception. Greater perception raises the probability of catching larger fish. Although fish can be of different sizes at the time they are caught, all fish of the same type become identical items once in your inventory. All the fish in the sea. Phil Snow has news that should be of interest to any self-respecting fisher, no matter how seasoned.
Yeah.
Well, if it ain't Fiamma, you may have just taken up your rod, but anyone can see you've got the keen eye of a fisherman, and I reckon you're looking to make that eye keener still. Bigger fish, more exotic locales, aye, that's what we all seek, ain't it? And it just so happens I can tell you how to find them. You see, the Fishermen's Guild has just finished constructing a vast boat equipped for voyages on the high seas. Far as I know, Captain Forzigal is still looking for a band of fishermen adventurous enough to brave the deepest fishing hole of them all. If you think you've the stones for it, I'm sure he'll be glad to take you on. I take it that's the ocean fishing people keep going on about.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. That's every 2 hours, so the next one would be like 10.
Ah, okay. How long does it take roughly?
Half an hour-ish.
Alright, I'm not gonna have time for that tonight, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
But so is it every 2 hours, like on the even hour?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Alright, so I'm gonna go to Hawker's Alley, and I'm gonna grab those crayfish balls. Then we're gonna go hunting for a princess trout.
Excellent. You get to ride your chocobo out there.
Rad lasagna!
It's such a good name.
I'm so happy with that. Yeah, they're going to go start dancing, sing. I was like, were they trying to summon Good King Log? Praise him to his name. Got ocean fishing, wonderful. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Wait, I have already? She gave me some. Okay. Never mind. And then she said middle...
Yeah.
Enosia. I don't...
Well, if we teleport to the Zephyr Gate, we can ride out and go get the Aetheryte out there. And then down to the fish.
Sorry, try that again.
Oh, if you haven't got the Aetheryte in Middle Enosia, we can teleport to Middle Enosia.
Oh, I do. I've got Zephyr Gate.
Yeah.
Perfect. We'll take that one.
And we can get the Aetheryte over at Summerford Farms.
Sounds like a plan. I mean, I've never gone ocean fishing. And unfortunate when one little word completely changes the meaning of a sentence, isn't it? Wait, where's my... I've changed thingies. I'm not on that yet.
We've all been there.
Although, should I jump back to Gladiator? No, everything's still in Thanalan, all my hunting logs and stuff.
Well, if you want to stay in Fisher, one of the best things you can do is put Sneak on, because it'll stay on automatically when you swap, and that way nothing will aggro you.
Perfect.
I don't see any hunt mobs, sad face.
Hi-ho, lasagna away! Yep. Trigger with Flappy. Isn't it adorable? The problem with playing a summoner with stupid fast XP rates, you can't actually do your job quests without progressing in the MSQ. Hey, I recognize this spot. This is where you were showing me all the stuff before the first stream.
Yeah.
Awesome. See, look, sometimes my memory works. Just not often.
Yeah, I was like, where's the nearest target dummies? I didn't have my house at that point.
Okay. So... It's just the... Yeah?
Would you like a shep?
Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh, good lord. Its little pointy nose! Oh, it's so cute. It's super adorable. So I'm guessing it's just any of this water down here is gonna do us?
Not here, I don't think, from memory.
Ah, venture to the Nim River in Middle Enosia.
Yeah, it's the big one that you can't actually go into.
Ah, so they're like the... Okay.
Yeah,
I gotcha,
down
gotcha.
the bridge thing. Man, chocobos are so shaped.
Like 25.
So cute.
My MSQ is 13, yeah. Well, I mean, I was like 37 or whatever it ended up being. And MSQ 20.
I completely forgot you couldn't get your job quests until you did a certain quest in the MSQ too, so I was like, why isn't the Paladin one there? Because you can't get it yet.
I'm not there yet, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, anywhere along here.
So is it like here-ish? Okay, let's... Crayfish ball away! That sound!
Sheep!
Oh, Lord. Oh, excuse me. When you change the camera angle and it unsits you.
I know. It's like, excuse me.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, no, someone showed me that and I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, this is the greatest game.
I actually cannot do my job quest in my school, it's just fine though. A gudgeon.
I got a perch. But I'm also using lures.
Can't I just have the log open but not have the map open?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not trying.
I just tried to close it and it didn't let me. Because I wanted to read the log stuff, this over here, but then it covers me and I can't see what I'm doing.
Yeah. A toggle would be nice.
Could be. Oh well.
That's cool, it tells you the different fishing holes.
All of mine are called Undiscovered.
Wow, they're all the same.
Yeah. Hey, level up. 11. I got a Dusk Goby. I like this is chill.
You also get a ability at level 22 called Release, so if you keep catching fish you don't want, you can just chuck them out.
Oh,
so
cool.
they don't clog up all your bags.
Nice. It will novel when I hear that sound whenever I'm walking. 2 exclamations. Must be a big one. Oh, maiden carp. Good things come to those who ... Those who bait. Oh, that's adorable. Good things come to those who bait.
Oh my god, the localization team and their puns with achievements are insane.
Hey, Princess Trout, get. Alrighty. And back we go. Oh, that's gonna take us to Ulda. I don't want that. Let's go. To Limsa!
Fly ship!
Why is it a flying sheep?
Don't worry about it!
I'm saving Invoker purchase for when I get to it. Perfect. Just watching we play a game fighting big boss, people standing around watching you fight till the boss have very small percentage, mind you, so they're jacking so they can loot stuff. It's not just that, but they might be waiting on people to join them as well. Like they don't want to kill it any faster so that their friends can get there in time. It's, yeah. I've noticed that happen like a lot, and you know, you'll have 3 or 4 people sitting around, and then one person will land, and all 4 of them will go, kind of thing, because they were clearly just waiting for that one last person. But then when they realize that their friend's not going to make it in time, they'll get their head in. Yeah, it's
People do that for hunts too, but most things with like the big hunts, in Final Fantasy at least, they'll have what's called hunt trains, which is where literally everyone will wait, and then they just blast.
Maybe it was that. I mean, that doesn't make it any less frustrating, Seeker. I absolutely agree with you, 100%. You'll find the princess trout in the Nim River, Fiamma. Don't forget to take your crayfish balls. Depending on your perspective, you've either rescued or abducted the princess. A prim and proper princess she is. We'll ready her as a royal roast, a feast fit for a king. The king can keep his fancy feast. Any fisherman worth her salt prefers her trout prepared simply. Said like a surly, salty-mouthed sea hag. Hand her over here and heed how the cultured classes cook. A fine day it will be when I take culture lessons from you. Besides, I didn't send Fiamma out to that river to fetch a fish for you. I sent her out to fetch a fish for me. For my lesson, that is. Yes, of course. That was the purpose of the expedition. Anyway, as you should have learned, catching a proper fish requires perseverance, plain and simple. And this plump princess trout can testify to that. Continue to apply the lessons I've taught you, and before you know it, you'll be swimming in fish. Doesn't that sound appetizing? Ooh, options. Let's go with the perception hat. Hunt trains are lovely. Entire communities are based around them. Hello, Shamu. Welcome back. Hope you're having a lovely day. Ta-da! Only level 13. Let's order a new fishing boat. The calamity really knocked the wind out of the fishing industry's sails, but the fisherfolk are starting to return to the seas once more. It's past time I did the same. But before I can put out to sea again, I need to have a new boat built. Our guild has always commissioned Naldic and Vimeles for its crafts, but they're beastly busy these days. If you want for something to do, mayhap you could run over to the Armourers Guild and consult with Forge Master Nanza in my stead. I would know how long we might expect to have to wait. Zoom. Oh, up and around there. Okay, that's fine.
Armourers Guild, did they say?
Oh, yep, that's all the fish in the sea. That's the wrong one.
Yeah. That's alright. I mean, either way, you can hand them in.
Yeah. Back in the water. That's the one there. Okay. So it'd be upper decks.
F Castle, I think it'd be the closest
Yeah.
one.
I go off chasing arrows on my minimap rather than remembering that you got fast teleport.
Like
fast travel. Yep.
Took me forever to get used to. Especially here, because the city is just... brain leaks out of my ears when I was learning it.
Hello, Thunder. Love the teleport system in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I'm still getting used to it, but it is very, very helpful. Very helpful. And Nanza. A new boat for the Fisherman's Guild. I'm afraid now isn't the best time. You see, we have recently taken on a commission for a galleon. This task alone has all our hands full. But look, I will see what I can do. The Fisherman's Guild has long been one of our best clients. I would be loath to disappoint Sisabu. It may yet take a while, but I shall endeavour to have her boat ready in a timely fashion. Beautiful. go back to Fishing Guild. It's very pretty up here.
Yeah, this is sort of the event area too, so when there's events, the entire plaza just fills up with stuff.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Fisherman's Guild. Alright. Let's have a look at this fishing log. So, Limsa Lower Decks is where we are currently. There are 5 fish I haven't yet got. Weather restrictions, none. Time restrictions, none. Special conditions, none. And there's one that has all question marks, which makes me think that there are definitely special requirements there.
Sneaky fish.
But we haven't done... Ooh, I've got bloodworms. Ocean. So the freshwater fishing, it won't work here?
I don't think it would work, no. You can use the bait, but it'll tell you once the line comes in, because it'll come in automatically, that perhaps you're using the wrong bait for this area.
Okay.
If you can't catch things with it.
Okay. Yeah, bait you're using may not be suited. Perfect! That's really useful.
No.
Yeah. Means I'm gonna have to go and get myself some more ocean bait, I think. Because I've only got the two... types.
I could probably throw you one of the versatile lures I have, but
That's
they're...
alright.
Lures are different from baits in the sense that they're lures, not baits, so you don't use them when you've casted them versus like bait.
Which gets consumed, yeah. Ah, coral butterfly. That's one I didn't have.
Oh, I can mix that. Interesting.
What when she says unfazed? Yeah, as in like new bait. Hello, Tan. My first register. Oh, wonderful! I'm so pleased to hear that. Oh, I hope that you rest well. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Universal lures are really nice. Yeah, I imagine they would be. I'm sure I'll get there eventually. I've only just started fishing, so.
Oh yeah.
Level 13.
Blue octopus. Hey, bud.
Ah, cool.
Back into the ocean with you, Cthulhu.
Your ancient one zooming around.
He's scared. What a scary.
Wise to return, Biba Cthulhu. Indeed. Sound effects are turned off. Rather than going through and individually trying to figure out, yeah, it's, ka-thunk. Just the switch turns off.
Oh yeah, even I don't have that fish, actually.
There you go.
The question mark fish.
Mm.
What are you?
What is the fish? I'm sure Google would tell us, but that ruins half the fun.
Literally. Weather restrictions, time restrictions, special conditions. Yeah, cool. But what is it though?
Yeah.
Give me a sign.
Fair enough. Thank you for understanding. I appreciate it. Hey! Malm Kelp. What am I at now? I think I've only got like two left that I think I can catch.
I will say one of them you won't be able to get until you're level 25.
Yeah, that's alright.
Purely because you need an ability for it.
Yeah. I should just probably have my voice in the head when they start anyways, for sure. For sure. Oh, excuse me. I have to go get some more bait soon.
I wish we had a tackle box.
Hmm. I mean, technically it is bait and tackle.
Yeah, but like, I have so much bait in my bait.
Yeah, okay, fair. It's not actually a place for storage, it's just a place for easy equipping.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Got 2 more casts of pill bugs left. No. Yeah, there you go. It's this. Finger shrimp. There you go. So I'm out of pill bugs and I've got everything from this area that I can get except for the thing that you said at 25. And then
the sneaky fish.
what the hell is this fish? It says you can fish from the upper decks as well. Fisherman's bottom. Teehee. Alright, I'm gonna go to Hawker's Alley and get myself some bait and stuff, and then I might go try from the upper decks and see what I can get me. This person in my party named Action. Perfect.
I've seen so many funny name title combos.
Humans are so creative. I'm not, and I love just how creative people, like, oh, it's amazing.
I saw someone actually named, this is a while back, I think probably even before Materia came out, named Roadrunner, and they had the Speed Demon title.
Beautiful. Amazing. Ocean fishing. Ocean fishing. Oh, it's 15. I'm not 15 yet, so those are the only ones I can use. More and more red as you go down the list. Alright. For fly fishing. Interesting. Alright.
Oh god, yeah, there's another bait. I forgot about that. I had to go fly fishing to catch tricolored trout, actually.
Cool.
Needed it for a housing item. I was selling 3 of them for like 10k gil. It was great.
Are they used for something special, I take it?
In housing, if you get 3 of them and a bunch of other stuff, you can quite literally just make a koi pond.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah.
But you need like a really sort of not hard to get, just labor intensive item you get from treasure maps, and that's like 750,000 gil a pop.
Yeah.
So of course Resh got like 5.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
amazing.
bruh. Apparently he's gotten more than 5.
Amazing. Well done. So apparently I'm fishing from all the way up here, but that's fine. I just must have so much line.
Don't worry about it.
I get the same fish as downstairs. Apparently.
all the same water.
Yeah, I know, but like, it is like undiscovered and then I fish once and it pre-fills literally everything.
Yeah.
In that case... maybe I go outside and find some undiscovered fishing locations while I attempt to get to 15. I'm halfway to 15 anyway, but like... took a few things off the list. Yes, that's where I'm going. Sorry, I should have said that loud.
That's alright, I sort of assumed that's where you were going anyway.
It was the first one on the list. I clicked the thing. Yeah. Okay. Fishing log is Y. I should remember that.
Ladybug. That's a B ring.
So undiscovered is... the first undiscovered one on the list is apparently down the bottom. Like that bottom river. So let's go that way. Pop sneak up. And this is freshwater now, isn't it? Because it's not ocean. Yeah. Which of course I didn't buy any bait for, but I do have plenty of it, so it's okay.
It's like that.
Yeah, it really is. It do be that way. So can you actually participate in fates and stuff when you're in a other one?
You can.
Just
I
not
wouldn't
easily.
recommend it.
For a second there, you terrified me. I thought something had charged me from behind. Oh dear. Okay, so let's go with this one, freshwater fishing. Able to use, oh, I wasn't close enough, I think. Could have been real close, yeah. Hello, John. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. It is a chub. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, so this isn't... There's a different place that's undiscovered. Interesting. Crayfish.
Princess trout.
Oh, delightful. Oh, it must be like the corners of the river or something. Because this circle only covers like the middle bit. Actually, I think I got a better... Oh, dwarf catfish. I did, I got a better fishing rod. I should use that. Alright, let's try that again. So you essentially level up these, these are just other jobs. So you've got things like Gladiator and Paladin and Conjurer and all those kind of bits and pieces. And then this is like another class, another whole thing. Hey, level 15. Action earned patience. How is that an action? Oh, increases the chance of landing a large-sized fish by 50% while reducing hook efficiency by 40%. Interesting.
You've also got your precision hook set
and powerful hook set.
Notice how one of them has the 2 exclamation marks and one doesn't?
Yeah. Negates the inefficient hooking status, has no effect on certain fish with a weak bite. Negates the inefficient hooking status, has no effect on certain fish with a strong bite. Interesting. Interesting. Patience. When fishing for the choicest of fish, patience can significantly increase the quality of your next catch. However, your chances of reeling in said catch are diminished. While under the effect of patience, there are 2 actions you can use to negate your reduced chance of catching fish. Powerful hook set and precision hook set. These actions are best suited to the different types of fish, so you will need to watch your line carefully to determine which to use. Scattered about Eorzea, there are legendary fishing holes that only a handful of fishers can recognize among normal waters. Once you have learned Gull Eye, perhaps you too can try your luck at these prime fishing locations. Is that what I'm learning next from Sibu? Maybe.
Actually.
So what's the 200 on the bar with patience?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Oh, GP cost.
Oh yes, that's see the GP is
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
your gathering mana.
Okay, interesting.
It's just gathering points more or less, or gathering power. And then your precision hook set and powerful hook set both use 50 per time you use it.
Mm.
Wow. Jesus. Okay. But yeah, at
Ooh,
level
look at that.
50.
Large princess trout. New personal record.
See how you got that thing called Angler's Art? It's over in
Yeah.
your buffs? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what the next ability you're going to be getting is.
Ah, cool.
It's super handy with precision hook set and powerful hook set.
So peaceful. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to head back and get that quest. You're welcome to join me if you desire. You don't need to, if you don't want to.
It's alright.
Some people have to actively try to be patient. Yeah, no, that's fair. I feel that. I feel that. Oof, it's chilly. Oh, yeah. Sisyphus could use a helping hand with an unexpected order. I've been thinking, Fiamma. Now that you can catch more fish than you can eat, it's time you learned a little about the art of fishmongering. Normally, customers purchase fish that have already been caught, but a certain Kikian sailor has a penchant for freshness. Unfortunately, the fishermen who usually fill his orders have all, somewhat ironically, gone fishing. And so I turn to you, Fiamma. I'm hoping you can talk to Chucharoon over there, or at least listen to him. Chucharoon the sailor sail the seas. You the fisherwoman fish the fish? Looking out as lookout, Chucharoon spots in water. Jumping silverfish jump, flashing silver flashes. Chucharoon wish to taste silverfish taste. Chucharoon pay good silver if you fish 5 good silverfish. Come again?
I'm just impressed you read that in one go. I'm here like, oh,
Streaming. You acquire skills that are useless anywhere else. Well, Chucharoon has a way with words, doesn't he? Unfortunately, his way appears to be repeating of the word silverfish. Only the most experienced fisherman would be able to decipher that nonsense. This sounds like a job for Wabalago, since I'm busy doing his job. Rest assured that what he may lack in sense, he more than makes up for in nonsense.
Yeah.
We is fishing, Berry. We is. I'm level 15. Since when is it civil to sneak up and scare your seniors? I suddenly suspected Sisyphus sent you to slit my stomach. That woman's well aware of my weakness. If she's going to shout about the way I shove down shrimp, she should know better than to leave them showing on the shelf. Or is that not why you're here? Excuse me. Setting table setting aside, I'll bet you shells to shellfish I know what the cookie inspired. If it was silver and sauntered while skimming the sea, I'm somewhat certain he saw a navigator's dagger. Daggers don't lend themselves to Williamson's liking, but the settlers of the southerly isles stir them into soup stock. You can find them by the brewer's beacon. Snaring one is a slippery slight for a starter, but a flitting flick of the fist for a fisherman with a gull's eye like you have. Now, daggers are drawn to decoys that dangle, so do yourself a favour and fetch some rat tails for them to flash their fins at. Rat tails. I didn't buy rat tails because I was not level 15 yet. Okay. Now I am. Good. Hawker's Alley, onward.
I don't need them. Psych!
2 minutes later. This is legit the most chill and easy gatherer last to level. I love it. I'm enjoying it so far. I do, like, fishing's a bit of a meme here, so I'm quite happy about it, but yes. Fire out the tongue twisters. How ma doing, Seeker? How ma doing? Okay. Navigator's daggers. Okay, so he said Brewer's Beacon, Western Lenosia.
There's a couple ways we can go there.
We can teleport to airport.
Yes. Take the ferry. I mean, there's multiple ways.
True. This one's right here because I can push a button and then click the thing.
Whee!
Seems to be surviving simply swellly. Yeah, look, I'm getting there. I know I'm gonna try to, like, I'm big on, like, smooth. There's gonna be a point where I'm, like, going really smooth and then I just brum and trip over my tongue. It'll be great.
Words hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it was by...
Pretty sure.
Brewer's Beacon.
Yeah, the lighthouse.
The what?
The lighthouse. See the lighthouse over there?
Close.
You see?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the Brewer's Beacon?
Yes.
Oh, I see, the Brewer's Beacon. Sure, perfect. Now that I have a chocobo...
Chocobo?
Not that way. Love the music. Oh, it's so cute. It's just so cheerful and encouraging and
yeah.
So good. Makes you feel like you're rushing off on an adventure.
Yeah, when we got the, I rented a Chocobo portal for the first time and it was playing the Chocobo music as well. And I was like, man, if we get our Chocobos and the music doesn't play, I'm gonna be so mad.
Yeah.
And then it did and I was like, yes!
Yes!
That is a
All
big
right.
dodo. He's so chunky!
Let's cast off into the nether. Rat's tail. I was like, careful. Oh my god.
This is my cliff, it was made for me.
Uh-huh.
I don't need railings.
I am casting through it. Yeah, look, it's fine. I don't need to see it. I just need to
Dude,
feel
on
it.
my screen, all I'm seeing is like your name and like the top of your head over the wall.
Yeah, I sat down. I don't need to see anything. All I need to do is feel it move and then yoink. And can you name your choco chicken? You can name it. Mine is named Lasagna. Rothlet oyster. Delicious. My chocobo is called Lasagna. And is now a toasted lasagna because it has highland barding. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Ah, the fish gets away. Piss off.
Zed.
This is the first time that's happened. Unhappy.
Harbor Herring, why are you here?
I guess it's a kind of harbor.
Yeah, kinda. More of a cliff.
Helmet crab. And I'm 16.
That's a horseshoe crab.
Name my chickaboo. Brilliant.
Speaking of chicks, we have fresh quail nuggies, and they are very,
Oh.
very small.
Yeah, I can imagine. It must be teeny tiny.
Like 20-cent piece size.
Yeah, like quail eggs are tiny.
Oh yeah.
So like what comes out of them must also be tiny.
It's really funny too, because you can tell when they're hatching, because you just hear beep, 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 beep. It's like, where's the babies?
That's so cute. There actually is a helmet crab boss out there somewhere. What does that mean? What do you mean a boss? Like, as in, it's just something you fight as a regular job, but it happens to be a helmet crab, or?
It's literally a crab that wears a helmet, and it's a hunt mob.
Oh gosh, okay. Brilliant.
I think it's a B rank, so...
Hey! Navigator's Dagger. There we go, my first one out of the ones I need. Lived in a shoebox of Final Fantasy, of course, of course.
Oh, I just got one too.
Brilliant. Yeah, I need 5 of them for my questy quest.
Me catching fish. Oh, I got one too. Back in the ocean with you.
Allow me to catch it instead.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's still a couple of fish here that I haven't seen yet. Hmm, 17. Might actually get to 20 with this particular quest. It's making me catch a fair few bits that are... Ooh. Hectodectagon. Caught themselves an arbor buzzard. Clean out my bags at some point.
Well, Sophia, you probably didn't see it. There was someone in Limsa, with a name that made me crack up, named Dorito Bandito.
I did see. Someone was
It's like,
interacting with them. Yeah. Yep.
Your bags are so clean compared to mine. I have so much crap.
Yeah, I've not been playing as long as you have either, though.
Yeah, I just have things that, like, I don't need to have. Like, I literally have, like, grade 3 Thanland topsoil just chilling in my bags. I'm like, you should go in my retainer. I have so much material. I have
Wait, what?
200...
We joined a fate? No, don't want. Goodbye.
Ah, so... Yeah, look to your left.
Hi,
buddy!
That's big. That's big. Am I? Hang on.
God.
Let me... There we go. Oh, level sync. Right. There we go.
I want you to know I don't even have my tech stats on. I just have a lot of material. So much damage. Got a unga.
So that's how you change between classes, by the way. You just switch your weapon. Easy as that.
Oh. Have you saved a gear set? Because I think you can do that now.
I can, yeah. But I basically just changed it and then used the thing that equipped all my best gear for Gladiator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty simple to do, though.
And then I can... was it maple? I think it's the maple fishing rod's the better one, isn't it? That turns me into a naked fisher. And then I equip all the recommended gear.
I'll just look away respectfully. Wait, I have an idea. Hold on.
I have a concern.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Excuse me.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so that's a flying shark. Yeah. Oh, good Lord. Just careful you don't get tangled in my line.
The shark's just going, oh, food, no, don't eat it.
No, it's mine. Stop. Ah, dear. Crab people,
We can
crab.
also do this one. Speaking of crabs. Don't ask how it flies.
Zoom.
It just do.
It just do. It zoom. It zoom. Attack its weak point for massive damage. Yeah. Three Navigator's Daggers, but also Ding, level 18 Fisher. I need 2 more Navigator's Daggers. I swear to God, this is going to push me to level 20. And I'm fine with that. But, yeah.
See, you're being the responsible adult and fishing on the other side of the wall. I'm like that one bogan that's gone, I'm just going over here. It's the better fishing spot.
I know if I try jumping, I will all the way off.
Oh, no, you can't. It's
Oh,
invisible.
you can't? Oh, okay.
Observe.
But, okay. Observe. Get out of my line.
Sorry. it's when you can fly that you can just sort of.
Yeah, that's
Also,
fair.
don't ask how the T-Rex is flying. Just
I'm
is.
not gonna. That is definitely a swimming, like, movement type, though, right?
Don't worry about it.
There is no full death in Final Fantasy XIV, which is great. Not even if you, like, dismount at a ridiculous height.
No. The only reason you would die from fall damage is if you aggroed something before you jumped off a cliff.
Okay, fair.
Because it'd be like,
If
you're
you're
in
in
combat.
combat, take damage, yeah.
Yes.
I think you
will
explained
always
that to
land with
me.
1 health.
Yeah. Hey, gosh, the last couple of weeks have been exhausting. WTF, T-Rex can fly because of its small arms. Yep, exactly.
Oh, just say that's not even the Xeno
Jazz.
T-Rex.
Jazz. So they beat the elevator boss? Apparently so. They nerfed it. The ultimate nerf. Something bites.
Oh, hi, Navigator's Dagger. Bye, Navigator's Dagger.
Oh, fish gets away. The fish got away.
No.
No. I'm not sure I should be or am allowed to be fishing here. I'm a fish there. One day you'll get yourself arrested.
What are you, a cop? I'm gonna fish it.
Oh! There we go. There's my Navigator's Daggers. Not bad. I abide the law. Well, that's what you, like, I'm not sure if I am allowed to be fishing here. Is that not, like, illegal?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
yeah, Resh was doing
that
like
was
a
what I was
whole
meaning.
bunch of things. Yeah. But also, it's like sometimes really sketch because like there's places where it's like, yeah, you can fish here, and then there's like really good fishing spots like a little bit away, but also like it's not really signed and also not said whether you can or can't fish there, and it's like,
Yeah. Would have been good if they had like a map
Yeah.
in the Department of Fisheries or whatever, and just showed like these are the places you're allowed to fish. This is where you can fish, but you need this type of thingamajig. Here is a link to apply for that kind of thingamajig. Like it's, yeah.
Yep.
That'd be nice, but that's too much. Like, that's too smart.
Sounds
you
logical.
Yeah, you fish and catch 5 fish catch for Churcharoon. It's more of an issue with will the tide cut me off and eventually drown me here. Ah, gotcha. Fair enough. Less am I allowed and less will Mother Earth allow me. The shiny shine, the smelly smell, cannot wait to taste tasty taste. Well, it looks like we found the fish you were after. You find. Maybe choo-choo-roon season with season or smoke with smoke. Maybe grill on grill. Many cooking options for cook. My, you're certainly putting a great deal of thought into this. Haha, Churcharoon gifted to feast on feast gift. Best Churcharoon regard you with Churcharoon's best regards. We're always grateful for your patronage, Churcharoon. Please see him out and return here afterwards, Fiamma. We've more to discuss. Such a happy creature.
He's literally the crab with the helmet.
I'm glad you were able to handle that sudden request. So many of these freeloading fishermen can't be bothered to stay ashore for more than a day at a time. You, on the other hand, have proven far more reliable. I can think of at least one Kikirun who would agree. Now that we've seen how rewarding fishmongering can be, I hope you'll take the initiative to try it yourself. Ooh. Ooh. What have I already... So I have a hat. I have body, but it's got no actual... Oh, it's got gathering bonus. I have legs that give literally nothing.
Oh yeah,
so maybe I go
slobs.
for the legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then... I've got braces that don't do much. And
I'd say probably go for the legs, to be honest.
I have no boots.
Oh,
yeah, it's probably boots. I've got the boots I have are like my starting outfit, yeah. So it's Perception 13 or Gathering 12, Perception 6. I'm thinking the legs are, or Gathering 18. I'm thinking the legs are going to be the best bet too.
Yeah, because that way you can catfish.
And that put me to 20. I told you. Oh, gone fishing 2. Achievement completed. Sisabu would teach you the advantages of fishing without live bait. You might recall Churcharoon, the babble-spewing fish connoisseur. Perhaps not, but he certainly recalls you. Apparently, there aren't enough fish in the sea, so he's set his sights on freshwater fish. He's even tried catching them himself, though that's proved problematic so far. While Kikirn possess a healthy appetite for fish, they lack the necessary patience and often end up eating their own bait. The problem has a relatively straightforward solution, employing a lure in place of live bait. Unfortunately, the straightforward solution requires a roundabout demonstration, as Churcharoon does not readily accept the concept of inedible bait. If only you might snag 5 warm water trout with crowflies, he might come to see the light. The fish are said to populate the shores of Oakwood in Upper Lenosia, though I can't say I've been recently. I consider it inauspicious to cast one's line under the watchful gaze of a giant sea serpent. What? I'm guessing I'm going to see in a second. Good. Right, so I need the crowfly.
I'm pretty sure I have some from when I was going trout fishing. Yeah, I've got like 20.
Crowflies. Did they give me any?
It doesn't eat them, so yeah.
Didn't give me. Okay, so that's alright. I can go grab my own from the Hawker's Alley if you want.
That's fine. I mean, you might. I think because have you got any of the teleports in Upper Lenosia? I don't think you would.
Good question. I'll check when I get out of this load screen.
I don't think I've been to Bronze Lake.
Kill it with fire. It's a Jar Jar Dvark. It is wrong, rude, but understandable as the fingers. Ew, bait eating. Yeah, but these are like literally creatures. They're not like, they have a different diet than we do. I don't have an Upper Lenosia at all. No, I've not been there yet.
Oh yeah.
Crowflare. So that's why they're so much more expensive, because they don't get consumed.
Yeah, but if you do miss a fish biting and they get
And they'll
away,
yoink it.
they do
Yeah.
have the potential to yoink it. Yeah.
All right, let's buy 5 then. Using lures. In addition to bait, there exist several types of man-made lures. Lures are applied to your line in the same manner as bait. Fish can sense the difference between live bait and lures, therefore it may take longer for you to register a bite. On the other hand, lures can be reused multiple times, as well as employed to land prey too large for smaller bait. Being able to choose the right bait or lure for the situation is what separates the amateur from the professional. Okay, so... Upper Lenosia.
Best bet would probably be coming back to Aleport, and we can probably ride up.
Aleport? Alright. Can do! Very true, the idea makes me smell bait. Fair. Fair, definitely the fingers. Like the long nose. Okay.
Hello there.
Hello. Greetings.
Go forth, my hippo.
Of course. Okay, so we cut straight across. I see. Beautiful.
And I don't know if you'd remember, but do you know where this is?
This is one of the dungeons.
Yeah, it's
It's
the
on the
first one
map
we
there.
did.
Yeah.
Dasha.
Yes, that is a hippo with a cart attached, just in case anyone's wondering.
It is so shaped.
Mapping the realm, Upper Lenosia. Alright, so while we're here, we should grab the what's it?
Yes, it is across the lake though, so we
Oh.
have to catch the boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is an interesting area.
Yeah, it's sort of split down the middle, but yeah, see what I mean? There's
Yeah.
a sea serpent.
Oh, what?
Bones.
Ah, the bones. Okay, I thought I was thinking it was going to be alive, but no, that's fine.
I think we're all happy it's dead.
Yes, uh-huh.
Ferryman.
Ferry skipper.
Hi, hippo.
Adventurer wants going to shop of Jijeroon. Adventurer, give 40 gil. Yes.
Okay.
Can has. It's a pretty glowy you got there.
Yeah. I've got a pick a random mount button.
Ah, love those
One of my
buttons.
favorites.
Super handy.
Yes. Ooh, these are like level 34s.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay all the way away
I'm
from
gonna
that.
go Unga Bunga, just in case.
That looks like a fate.
Yes. You'd be correct.
Fate leave. Fate joined, fate leave. Fate escape. Yeah.
These are hot springs.
Smack. I mean, warm water trout does make sense.
Cozy.
So,
What area do we go to cast?
Oakwood in Upper
Oakwood.
Lenosia. It's on the other
That
side.
is the other side, yeah.
Yep.
Fret not, you now have the ether out over here.
Indeed. Be useful for later.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to stay on the path.
Well, that's the thing about most mobs in Final Fantasy. I think I explained it. If they've got like eyes and a face, they generally aggro by sight. So as long as you are super sneaky.
With perhaps, like, you know, sneak activated.
Yeah. Wow.
It's almost like it makes sense.
No logic in my stream.
Look. Look.
Logic and fear stream?
Okay, so I'm guessing we can kind of do anywhere here.
Yeah, it looks like they're fishing there.
Does, they've got a swirly on. Okay, so I'm going to use my crow fly.
Oh, this fishing rod is obnoxiously bright. Ooh, fish, I have shiny rod. Look, it's shiny, come bite it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, double exclamations. Dark
Fairy
bass.
I got a fairy bass.
Ooh, pretty. Does it have like wings?
Maybe.
What did the picture look
It's
like?
just a fish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it
don't
might
know,
have had
maybe it's
larger
all
fins
sparkly.
to make it.
That reminds me, actually, there's apparently a pigeon we have in South Australia called a bronze-winged dove or something, and it literally just has iridescent feathers.
Oh, that's wow. That's pretty cool.
Just because. And I'm
Just-
like, you're so pretty.
I had a fish get away. Does that mean I ate my lure?
You can check.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah. That's fine. I'm good
Did it?
now. I don't know.
Four-eyed
I don't want to
fish.
miss the what's. Ooh, creepy.
Four-eyed fish do not actually have 4 eyes, but 2 eyes that are divided into an upper and lower portion that allow the wavekin to see both above and below the water at the same time.
Creepy. And no, it didn't eat my lure. I was thinking maybe it had like 2 patterns on its back that looked like eyes to deter
Yeah.
predators, but no, that's creepy.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like a barrel-eye fish.
It's odd when we have pretty and non-lethal fauna. Oh, that was a big shiny one. Was it?
And a level.
Large. Yes, it was a level, but it was also a large. I think that's why it was sparkly. Like, extra sparkly.
Jade eel.
Ooh. Fancy.
Similar to salmon, this green-grey freshwater eel lives the majority of its life in the salty waters of the sea, returning to inland rivers only to spawn and die. oh no, buddy, I'll put you back.
Oh no.
Go have
River
some babies, I'm
crab.
sorry.
Wow, I got like 10,774 experience for that river crab.
That's a big crab.
Yeah, I think it was because it was the first one I'd caught of it.
Yeah, I think it does give bonus experience based off of whether it's the first one you caught or not.
Guess it encourages you to, like, you can't just fish in the same place and have reliable skill gains. Take forever. Guess everyone should look up the common bronze-winged pigeon. It was really pretty. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, Sika. A jaded eel.
Wow, it is really pretty.
You see what I mean? It's got little iridescent wings.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he's so cute.
Bloody fishes need to stop getting away. They have pink chests too. Jaded eel and old and bitter eel. Every first craft and gather has a you discovered this EXP. Yeah, perfect. Amazing.
Oh, yeah, true.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Oh, the
there's
sun's
literally.
rising.
Hello, sun. Yeah. I forgot about that. There's literally a thing that's like, this is the first time you crafted it. It's been recorded in the crafting log. And I'm like, sure.
I just got my first warm water trout, and I also learned how to release fish. Every good fisher knows even Nofika's bounty is not limitless, and will therefore return to the water any unwanted catches so that the matron may take them to her bosom once more. This is called releasing, and the action is available to all fishers. Released fish will not be added to your inventory, preserving area populations. Once you've released a certain type of fish, you will continue to release that fish should you catch it again in the same location. If you wish to stop releasing fish, you must first end your fishing session and cast your line anew. Well, at this point, I'm feeling like I shouldn't release any fish because I'm going to be holding on to them to like level culinarian or something, right? So...
Not particularly.
Okay.
I think there's one recipe, or rather one quest that needs like a princess trout from memory. And I only remember that because I had literally just thrown out my princess trout and got tilted.
Yeah. Interesting. All right.
Yeah,
it's images are good. It's so creeped out by flapping. I'd be really keen to have one as a pet. Oops.
Get out of my inventory before I fish, you stinky. Disgusting.
Something bites.
I'm in a small free company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I completely forgot that we have a airship named Boat a D's Nuts. Because it's an airship, it's a boat. And I was like, guys, why?
Oh dear.
And it had just come like, alright. Oh, what's that? Interesting. Common sculpin. It looks like... Huh, it's like a stonefish.
Funky.
Freshwater fish has highly developed fins and spines which not only protect the wavekin, but serve as weapons for hunting its prey.
Fancy.
Go back in the water, you sound bad. Leave me alone.
Ah, one water trout. 2 out of 5. Good lord.
Like that. It's relatively
There are
chill,
so many other fish I don't have yet.
Oh.
They all seem to have that magical what the hell fish at the end. Like the triple question mark one.
Yeah, it could just be like a zone fish. Like, this is the special fish of the area. And that would explain why a lot of people try to go for the title, but also it's really time consuming.
Yeah.
Because I think those are the ones you have to catch.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, I don't know, I've not really looked into it.
Yeah, that's alright. 3 out of 5.
Hey!
About to hit level 23.
Hello, river crab. You are so shaped. Back in the water. Oh, I got a mooch off it. Whoops. Come back.
No!
That's a big crab.
That's your fault. You did this.
He's mad. I'm sorry.
You released a crab and it immediately triggered a fate. That was absolutely on you. What does it do? Oh, it's Karkanos over there. Alright. This button. And then...
Hunger.
This one. This one.
It's so funny watching you go from like, ah yes, I am a fisherman to...
Wigger bonk now. Yep.
Are we sure this isn't the cousin of the crab we killed on the beach earlier? It's Inigo Montoya of crabs.
Oh dear. Giant enemy crab, indeed. Ta-da!
It's just like you like chuck all your armor into the ground. And you're like, "Where's my fishing gear?"
Yeah. Just strip and okay, what's next?
Traumatizing the local wildlife.
Hey, Landa. Yuffie goes and bonks another innocent crab. Yep, that's what I do.
Look, man,
That's
crab
what I
cakes are
do.
tasty.
They are. She's just making fish sticks. Chicken! Right? Largest of chicken.
Linda's just going fishing, but with a chocobo.
Yeah.
He's got a cabbage on a stick.
Is that a dark bass? A large one? Because it got me 17,000 XP. Jesus. It was not my first one of those.
Catch of the day, 2,000 gil. Easy.
Nice. Invigorating ones. No bat skier. So first of all, you call her Sika Marina. Now it's skier. Like, come on.
Skirt, skirt. To be fair, I read that name and go, I am far too dyslexic to say that aloud. I'm just going to stick with Sika.
I mean, Sika, Mika, Rena. That's how I tend to do. Like, I tend to break stuff down into chunks.
Macarena.
Oh no. Sika, I am so sorry. But yeah, Sika is like absolutely the go-to. Ah, four-eyed fish. Got me the four-eyed fish. I mean, you called me Fika earlier. Yeah, look you.
Together we're all one brain cell.
Correct. Oh,
What?
Lord.
How do they work?
They don't, ever.
No. English is several languages in a trench coat.
Yep. Correct. Grand company determines sufficiency to get to the right rank with them. Yeah, it told me in the thingamajig.
Yeah, it's really cool too, because if you get like excess gear and it's like green gear or like ethereal gear, which is like the pink stuff and above, you can also turn that in for Grand Company seals, which is great because good way to clean out my bags.
Yeah. Amazing.
I know a Corinne growing up.
Yeah. I did too, I means I'm broken. Yeah, look, we're all a bit. This has been a oh, there we go. Done.
Hey. Okay.
It's been one hell of a week and a bit, like a week and a half.
May I offer you a cat in this trying time?
Yeah, look, it's a bit that way. So getting out of this fast, and there you go. Oh, it's so cold.
Yeah, it's getting that way.
I'm very much looking forward to turning on the electric blanket.
Fair.
It's just like it's
tell me your secrets.
so much better than like a heat pack, because a heat pack only warms like an area of me, and the like as long as I like corpse pose from yoga, like everything is warm. This is a good one though because it doesn't have a like the part where the pillow goes isn't heated, so it can't like accidental burninate. Which is good.
I mean, that's good.
We like this. I mean, obviously you need to remember to turn it off. Like you turn it on. I turn it on at the end of stream, and then I do all my like get ready for bed things, and then by the time I hop in, it's done.
That's toasty.
And then turn it off before I forget.
Yeah, we've sort of got flannelette sheets. One of them sort of not
Flannelette sheets are
minky,
really
but that's not minky, but like sort of like fuzzy blanket things, and then like a doona on top of that.
Yeah.
And it retains heat really well.
Oh yeah, for sure. How can Fiamma bait fish without bait? Well,
upsetting crabs and then killing them.
You truly fish trout using fake food? Indeed, for all the fish know, the lure may as well be live. Fiamma skillfully used them to catch these tasty tasties. You see, Chucharoon, deception lies at the heart of fishing. Yes, lies lie at the heart of fishing. Chucharoon knew fool, Chucharoon full fish. Precisely. Well, I trust that we've managed to guide you to the path of self-sufficient fishing. Ooh, I get options again. Oh, and I can't open my character pane this time. Bloody... Oh, I had a hat. There's a hat. But I have a hat. I got pants last time. I don't think I have gloves. I do have gloves. Yeah. I don't have boots, so I think boots is what I'm going to go for, because it's the only one I
Yeah.
don't actually have. Let's go boots.
Perception.
Dun, 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 dun.
The best part
Hey,
about
mooching! I'm 25 now. I got a level and a half from that quest.
Jesus.
Yeah. 2 heat packs in bed last night. One was a double length one, the single one I had snuggled on my chest, always sleep on my comforter and blanket. Woke up and it was still on my chest. Oh wow. Skills, Seeker. Anything that I have like near or on me when I fall asleep is like not there. Like I have to do the hunt for my earbuds. I've got like AirPods, so I have to like, I wake up and I'm like, okay, I check my hair, check the collar, shake out my pajama shirt, and then like look under the pillow and check all the, like I've got to find the both of the bloody things. Because the one time I didn't do the check, one of them fell in the toilet.
Oh no!
So it's like trauma now, not like, but yeah, it's like I must check, else I'm going to, like I cleaned it, I sanitized it, and it was all like everything was perfectly fine, and it works, but it was like, oh no.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I yeet my pillows in my sleep, so
Yeah.
valid.
It turned out like it was like in my hair somewhere, and or in my collar or something, and I couldn't find it because I have like I've got like flannel PJs and they're the button up with the collar, and so it was stuck somewhere. And as I went to like, you know, lift the seat of the toilet, and as like turn around, I just hear this plunk. I'm like, I beg your pardon. And I look and I'm like, oh no. So like it was all okay. I still again sanitized and did all the fun stuff, but like I was so sad. It took like a full day and a half for it to like be back to functional. And it works perfectly fine. It has the same battery level charge as the other one does and all that kind of, but it just, I can't. I can't. I have to, yeah.
It could have been so much worse.
Oh, so much worse. Mooching is a technique that involves catching a smaller fish and then leaving that fish on the line to lure in a larger fish. Mooching can only be attempted after catching a large-sized fish that is also suitable for mooching. There are some varieties of fish that can only be landed via mooching. Increase your perception rating to increase your chances of landing a massive catch, and then use that fish to lure in an even rarer find. And we have a Kvest. It also means I should be able to catch that last fish from just outside here, right? Sisyphu would have you learn a new technique. Yeah. You're familiar with the Culinarians Guild, aren't you, Fiamma? If you couldn't tell by its supercilious name, their members are a finicky bunch, particularly the fussy Master Linksath. So when he comes asking for shadow catfish, no other fish will do, even if I kindly explain that fishing one out involves an arduous journey to Fall Gourd Float, followed by grueling labour. Naturally, I thought of you for the task. Thanks. This will likely require a bit of fish wheeling, if you know what I mean, though I imagine you do not, as I just invented that word. It means recasting a fish you've caught as bait for yet a larger fish. In my wisdom, I have deemed that your fishing prowess, land-faring acumen, and physical presence directly in front of me qualify you as the ideal candidate for the job. I have no doubts you'll be more than amply capable of fish wheeling or any other new terms I see fit to conjure up for that matter. Simply use crayfish balls to catch a striped goby, then recast that to catch the shadow catfish. Take it from the inventor of fish wheeling, since the striped goby will become your lure, you'll want to catch the biggest, shiniest one you can find. A long journey lies ahead of you, and I fear the guild will not be the same in your absence. However, I choose to think of it as not as losing a friend, but gaining a shadow catfish. Good luck. Fish wheeling, or mooching as it is more widely known, involves catching a large fish, then recasting your line with the fish still on it in an attempt to land even larger prey. A high perception rating will increase your chances of catching fish of large size. So that's when we use that button.
It'll quite literally light up and be like, hello, here's me.
Ah, perfect. Okay, Fall Gourd Float in the North Shroud.
Yep.
Right, so that's not here, is it?
That's over.
That's Gridania.
Yep.
Yeah. I've got Central Shroud and New Gridania. I'm thinking we go to New and then, or do we go to Central?
I think we can go to New Gridania and walk out to the North Shroud, the low-level area.
Hmm.
I'm fairly sure anyway. But yeah. I'm just not sure where the fishing spot is. I can't
It's
really remember.
enjoyable. Wow, look. I can't sleep with stuff without stuff in my like head, like with like noise and stuff like that. And if it's just kind of playing somewhere, like it works so much better if it's in my ears. And so I have my AirPods because they're comfortable and they sit in and stuff, but they fall out. And like Sika was saying, you know, you move and things just go flying everywhere. So yeah, the like having them in there, but then during the night they fall out, but I often can't find them. But obviously now I check much better, but like when you're in that just woken up haze and your body is saying, I need to pee, you go and you do the thing. Like, I'm sorry, no one is immune from that. No one is immune from half asleep going to the bathroom, which is what happened. So like, good. So I can go to Old Gridania. Is that where I'm supposed to be going?
I don't think we have all the Ethernets here. So
we don't. Maybe we should.
Gate.
Yeah, let's do that then. We might as well, right?
Which one's
so what am I? It's a very good question.
I mean, you can slap this and find out.
Oh yeah. I have the Conjurer's Guild. End of story.
Archer's Guild it is.
Good.
Boing.
And that one's over. Yes, this way. I remember going to the Archer's Guild and doing stuff. So I jumped off something. Oops. So I must have had. Like I remember having quests in the Archer's Guild.
I think it was either when you were playing your Lancer or when you had to come here to someone for the MMSQ. I think I might have lost a little. I can't remember.
Yeah, Llewyn makes that sounds familiar.
Oh, his name.
Yeah. Worst is half asleep going to the bathroom, not realizing for a moment the seat is either up or the lid is down. Yeah. And you go, whoa, yeah. It wakes you up real quick. Yeah. Or you sit down and it's like, why does this feel more solid than it should?
It's like, that's a lid.
Yes, it is. Yeah, seats are always down here. Yeah, there are some people who lift the seat up. Like, you know, there's the lid and then there's the seat and then there is the bowl. And some people lift the seat to do certain to complete certain activities to avoid splashing of certain substances on the seat if it's left down.
God, I wish my brother would be that considerate. Grumbles.
Yeah, look.
Alright, we'll get the Leatherworkers Guild. That's one over here.
Okay, hook straight out through here. Perfect.
Yeah. And we'll sideswipe up to go to the Lancer, from memory.
Cool.
And you grabbed Miketo's, right? Miketo's Amphitheater?
No, why would I do that while I was there?
Fair.
Why would I do that?
Come here.
Okay. I was too busy doing all the storyline stuff. I wanted my chocobo.
I was listening to Alphino lecture me about flags.
What?
It was like the little white-haired kid telling you about, here's what the flag means.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yes, it's a flag.
Yeah. I mean, that was stuff I didn't know, but it's like, you know, it's like that is a pirate ship. I'm like, okay.
Wow, really? I had no idea.
I mean, I guess I guess it helps that like the fact that it's a pirate ship specifically.
Yeah.
It does kind of help give background that Limsa is not a place like Gridania where it's like a unified group of people. Limsa is made up of a bunch of smaller clans.
Yeah, definitely.
And they were pirates, and so there's no real central leadership and stuff. That makes sense. I'm thinking we hook around that way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, cool. Because then I get to explore a bit too.
Yeah. There's also the achievement exchange person.
Ah, that's right. You get like there are some achievements that give you like rewards you have to go get, right?
Yeah. Well, most of the achievements will give you rewards that you can actually directly get from the achievement page, but getting achievements sometimes gives you like little bits of currency. I honestly don't know how it works.
Okay.
And you can trade it in for bits and bobs. So you get things like the Behemoth Horn, which is frankly terrifying because behemoths are scary.
Let me go through here. I have 200 achievement points and 0 achievement certificates.
Yeah, I think you get the achievement certificates based on the achievement points you have. from
Near
the guy
completion.
there.
Stick them with the pointy end for achievement Gladiator. That's just super cute.
Yeah, I think the samurai one. Oh,
Storm Puppy? Excuse me. Sorry, I clicked the recommended tab. Achieve PvP rank 1. Sorry, nope.
Okay, but PvP in this game is actually super fun.
Okay.
It's a shame it's not in the free trial, but I understand why.
Yeah.
Like, they redid it all, and I was like, oh... Because, yeah, I never really liked PvP in most games, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I tried it, and I was like, oh, I feel like a wrecking ball. Hold on.
Yeah. Bits of Bob is kind of derivative from Bits and Bobs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like stuff and things.
Botanist Guild.
It's super pretty!
There's plants.
I'm gonna go pick some flowers sometime. Looking nice.
Ask nicely.
What do you mean you yell at me?
Don't steal flowers without permission. You gotta ask.
Well, no, yeah, but like, what about in the wilds and stuff?
Ah, yes, that's more acceptable.
Yeah. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Gridania. Blue Badger Gate, Yellow Serpent Gate, and the airship landing are now accessible as Ethernet destinations. So.
Now we can teleport to the North Shroud through the Yellow Serpent.
Once it allows me to move again. There we go. Yellow Serpent Gate, you said?
Yes, North Shroud.
North Shroud, yes, I see. PV no P, yeah. Mapping the realm, North Shroud complete. Just feel sorry for Bob, especially now you're a fisherman. Oh dear.
Right.
Okay.
So, I see Flap Flap.
We should probably go smack the crystal.
Yes, the one in Full Guard Float.
Yeah. Wait, Full Gold Float, that's where I need to go anyway. Brilliant.
Oh, easy enough.
I'm like, I recognize that.
It was funny, actually. I was fishing down at this bridge.
Sorry, there's a fate. It smells like tree spirit.
Yeah. They do that all the time.
That's good.
I was over here fishing, and like a little sprout was running along and upset a A-rank mob and got turned into a red paste on the floor. So I went, And I saw it while I was fishing and went, oh dear. So I scraped them off the floor and basically was like, hold on, let me kill this for you. Like,
yeah. Oh dear. So pretty. The patterns on its back are gorgeous.
What, the manta?
Yeah.
That's cute.
Oh,
fat cat.
Smack. Yeah, very
cat.
cute. Very cute. Alrighty. So yeah, it's fish can be found in the waters surrounding Foregord Float in the North Shroud. So this is where I'm meant to be anyway, although it's down south, right? Like the Foregord Float.
Fish along here, maybe.
Yeah, well, this is where the word starts. So I think I might sit here with the fisherman.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
Usually a safe bet.
Generally speaking.
Can I equip? So if I want to save, how do I
Oh,
do I have to delete? I've already done that, but if I wanted to update it with the newer gear, do I have to delete it and re-add it?
No. See how you've got the little reload icon on the far right of the character pane? Like above where it says Fisher?
Oh, update gear set. Amazing.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Super good. Okie dokie. Crayfish ball. Attack.
And yeah, so now every time you swap the Fisher, you'll be in the gear that you saved. So when you get new pieces of gear, you update it, etc.
Perfect.
That simple. It also saves what you've done to your hats and stuff as well. So if you've turned a hat off and then gone, I don't like this hat on, so I'm going to turn it off. Don't save it. Next time you swap back, it'll be on again.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a striped Kirby. But it didn't do the mooch thing. Yeah, so I need to use that perception thing.
Yeah, you could use patience. That behemoth is obnoxiously large.
Thought I'd zoom in just to make sure I don't miss how many exclamations I get.
Yeah. Maybe not such a big mountain for space where we need to see what's coming up.
Oh, there we go. I can mooch. Thank you, Lando.
Thank you, Lando. Rainbow trout.
Ah, the fish got away.
Nah.
I think it's because I pushed the wrong button. That's right. I forgot I still had patience on. So just push the normal button.
Yeah, that'd do it. I forgot they added new animations for the powerful hook set and precision hook set.
Oh, brass loach.
Dark Sleeper. Oh, I got a strapped gobby. Hey, bud.
Delicious. Yes! Shadow catfish! Amazing. Alrighty. That is a very pretty unicorn. Alrighty, so I need to go to the Fisherman's Guild!
Alamegan fighting fish? Who's releasing
I'm sorry,
invasive
what?
fighting fish?
Hang on, so you can release stuff where they're not supposed to belong, or?
No, it's
Okay.
more Alamigo is adjacent to is an area
Oh,
country
okay.
next to Gridania, and it's like, why is an Alamegan fighting fish in Gridania?
Must be like a rare catch or something. Maybe some of them cross over a little bit.
Maybe.
It's funny. It's really funny.
Invasive fish. Who's letting them out? Don't put your fish in the toilet bowls. It's not dead, just don't.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You'll find the catfish you seek at 4 Gold Float in the North Shroud. Mayhap it's a tad presumptuous to say you will find one, but that's where they are at any rate. Well, guess what? Guess what?
Joke's on you, I got a catfish.
I got one. Lynx hath thought to crack a smile when he glimpses this beauty. They say never to look a gift fish in the mouth, but one can't help but stare at that gaping grimace. It looks like it could swallow a person whole. I mean, you are a Lullafelt. Excuse me. I'm sure the fish of Gridania are none too displeased to see this one leave the water. I heard that Yarzans covet the fish too, sometimes migrating north and attacking fishermen in hopes of stealing the catch. Suppose I should have warned you about that ahead of time. Still, I don't see what all the fuss is about. For all the lengths one need travel and dangers one need brave, the fish tastes little better than mud. Just pardon me, but perhaps I might persuade you to prepare them in a proper bath. Water washes off the waste you can wipe away, but the invisible vapours only vanish with vinegar. You must mind the mud you can't see. Speaking of the mud you can't see, where did you come out of all of a sudden? A good guildmaster gusts in and goes out a gale. Now you see me, now you don't. Actually, I think we both still see you standing right there. But that is neither here nor there. Fiamma, there are a few fishermen who could haul in the catch you did today. Frankly, I've started to wonder how we ever got along without you. Yay. Okay. Ooh, that says 27. Does that mean I can't use it yet? Or maybe it'll hit, maybe I'll hit 27 when this one turns over. Okay, so that's a pretty big jump. That's not a big jump. That's a pretty big jump. That's not. Okay, so that one is plus 11 gathering. That one is a lot more. Okay, we're gonna take the what's it? Oh, and we get a new fishing rod too. Oh. Fishing GM is great. You would think that, Jazz. You would. Yeah, I'm 27 now. I just jumped from 25 to 27 with one bloody quest. And I got auto sneak.
Yep, so now it'll automatically turn on for you.
Like when I start fishing, or?
When you swap to fishing, it'll like.
Oh, cool. Swap. That's really awesome. Saved me a bar slot.
Saves you having to remember too, because.
Yeah.
I would forget.
Yeah. Oh, I like this top. I mean, it's the same green as the god-awful thing from Gladiator, but that's really cute. I like that a lot. Update gear set. Fantastic. Right, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm
understandable.
Exhausted. I am very tired, but that was I had so much fun with that. And we did all the things that we wanted to. I finished the Gladiator questline. I've got my chocobo, and I've played around with fishing as well. Like, I've been so keen to give fishing a try, and I'm really, really pleased that I managed to do it. So, yay! We got ticked all the things. Alright, so what and where? What and where? Deary me. It's a quiet one today. I don't have too many people that I'm following online. Huh, interesting. Let's see. It really is. It is really quiet tonight. Yeah, it really, really is. So I wonder if... Wow. Me. Just having a look and seeing if there's... Well, this person seems to be maybe doing some storyline stuff. Let's click this and have a look and just see.
If it's Final Fantasy, did you want me to have a look in case of spoilers?
Well, I'm probably gonna raid and run. So I think I'll be fine, but it's more... I know they're playing Shadowbringers at the moment. It says in here. I'm just kind of looking at...
Yeah.
Say there... It says they're from Australia. No spoilers, no backseating. So... Yeah, let's give this person a try and see. So I've never watched this person before, so we'll just see what we think. Throw some support to a fellow Aussie streamer who's also playing some Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 14 specifically. Could be playing any of any of the game series, but Final Fantasy 14 specifically. Playing online. Wow. You too, Lando. You too. Can't believe it's July this Friday. I know, it's unbelievable. Hey, Daz. If you want to play. Nah, it's okay. Sometimes I like to give the love to people who are a bit smaller, and you know, that kind of thing. It's a bit fun sometimes.
Growth.
Yeah. Yeah, like I mean, there are some times where you look at rating someone who's bigger than you to like get your name out there and stuff, and then there's sometimes where you read people who are smaller than you to try to share the love, and then like, you know what I mean? It's really kind of super depends on all the stuff.
Got to water plants to make them grow, but don't overwater them.
Yeah, yeah. You too, Seeker. Happy sleeps to you too. Alrighty, so we'll send the love over there. I will see you on Wednesday. I will not be streaming on Friday or on Sunday. I will be in Melbourne. I will be on a plane on my usual stream time during Friday, and I will also be on a plane during my usual stream time on Sunday, and I will not be able to stream from the plane. My apologies. But I will see you on Wednesday. I do still have one last stream before I go on a quick weekend break. Yeah, it's my grandfather's 90th, Char.
Holy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, so I think like it's a pretty damn big milestone. I saw Mum in. Yeah, he's healthier than I am. Like, I kid you
You'd
not.
have to be at
Like,
that age. Good lord.
He walks 3Ks a day.
He's probably healthier than I am. Yeah.
He's healthier than most of us, I would say. But yeah, no. The last time I saw Mum was in February. But the last time I saw Dad was 2.5 years ago, for my 30th. And the last time I saw my extended family was 5 years ago at my grandmother's funeral. So the last time I saw them all was when his wife passed away. So
yeah, not a great sort of.
I mean,
to leave it on.
I would have seen them like more often than that, but of course, you know, pandemic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am
the plague.
So excited to be able to see everybody and be there in person. I mean, I've done like the video chats and all that kind of stuff with them all, but it's not
the same.
It's not the same. No, it's not the same. So very much looking forward to heading down and spending some time with my dad, spending the night with Dad, and then going to the birthday party, and then spending the night with my mum, and then coming home. So yeah, it'll be quick, but it'll be worthwhile. I feel like it's gonna regenerate a whole lot of spoons. You know,
yeah,
it's just like,
absolutely.
yeah, I'll be zonked, but it'll be good, the good kind of zonked, rather than
I need to go comatose for like a week.
Basically, yeah. But yeah, so I'm super excited for that. But yeah, so that's why I won't be here. But then yeah, back into it on the Monday. So have Wednesday stream, Friday no stream, Sunday no stream, Monday stream. Hopefully, think like that's the plan. Understandable indeed. Alrighty.
On wood. Hopefully it works out for you.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. Alrighty, here we go. Let's raid this new person. I don't know who they are. We're pulling a random Aussie Final Fantasy 14 currently live person out of a hat. I have no idea, cannot vouch for or anything like that, but let's check them out and see what they've got to say. They're going through Shadowbringers at the moment, so hopefully it'll be a good little peek into stuff that's ahead. But share some love. So here we go. Niku Daneko is what their username is. So let's grab that Twitch raid. Grab your copy paste. If you don't have the Fiamma Hype emote, either because you're not a subscriber or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, either of which is totally okay. You can replace it with your favorite happy, hypey, celebratory emote, drop it into Niku's channel when we get there, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. I love. Bye.